Hello, everyone, and welcome to another stimulating edition of TJ Roasts the absolute shit out of a bunch of so-and-sos who absolutely asked for it. If you don't know what's going to be going on tonight, I am going to be roasting Letterboxd profiles because I am the cinephile supreme, goddammit, and it is my prerogative to let everyone know that I am better than you, especially when it comes to watching movies. And how I'm going to do this is very simple. There is a Letterboxd list that I made, link to it in the description box below, and I am just going through and roasting everyone who comments on that list. So if you want to get roasted, comment on the list. Now that list is long. Lots of people want to get roasted. I'm not really sure why. So if you want to jump the line, all it takes is a super chat. Or you can leave a super thanks in the comments if you're watching this afterwards. That also works. Aside from that, things here are pretty simple. Pretty egalitarian even. We're just gonna go in order until there's no one left to roast. But much like hell, there is never a lack of souls. So, let's say a quick hello to the people who are in the good old chat, and I'll just call them out, as I always do, because I always appreciate the people who show up here early, on time, and who are entertained by me being mean. I never thought that my life would get to this point, but hey, I'm not going to knock it. So who do we got here? We got Ella and Cyrus Films and Daj, Nocturo, Chiokis, what's up? Dory's here, Dooman, Sean, Motion One Pictures, Nicholas, Hawk, Cypress Films, Knox is here, Grimes, RTR, Seb, Bone Snap is here, also known as Brent. What up, and hello to all of you. And if you're here already, why don't you go ahead and like the live stream, because clearly you give enough of shit. Give enough of shit? Give enough of a shit to be here on time. You should probably like the live stream. That sounds like something that you should be doing. I don't know, I'm not going to force you in it. I'm not going to threaten you, unlike all those other times when I've threatened you, but I guess don't force me to threaten you is what I'm saying. So, we got Nicholas here asking me to roast him. Well, I just told you how you get roasted, so if you're up next, then we'll see. If not, there you go. Doubters of TJ movie expertise can take a dirt nap. Whoa, there's no need for that kind of violence, Dory. We don't need to threaten death upon people or to at least ask them to sleep underground like a vampire. That's very extreme. Kind of like how this Roast of Shawn is going to be extreme. Sorry, I got your name wrong. It's Sean Axe, actually, yes. This little emoji of an axe is real. It is part of their name. So should I call them Sean Axe from now on? Shawnix. I'm going to call them Shawnix. It's a good word. It's a good name. I like it a lot. You know what I don't like, though, Shawnix? Your profile picture here. Not to say that there's anything wrong in particular with what's going on here. You got a big old TV watching what I can hopefully or only assume is a music video in the background. You're flipping me off, which definitely isn't going to go great for you a little later on. But the thing that I really need to point to here, the thing that pops out of this profile picture is what you are fucking drinking. I'm looking at these green little cans of nonsense here. I can only guess that because I can see the word fuel, they are energy drinks, but I don't know what kind it is. I can see the AT right in front. So my mind immediately goes to two different words, rat and bat. And why the fuck do you look exactly like the type of person who would look at a can that says bat or rat fuel and say, well, fuck me, I need two of those? Jesus Christ, kid. I, right now, as an old person, am buzzing off of 1 cup of Earl Grey tea. You do not need that amount of liquid bullshit running through your veins in order to get through the day. Trust me, fix your life. Okay, let's see if we can do anything about actually fixing your film life now. And I don't know how I'm going to be able to do that because you've already got a couple of key things going on here. In your bio, number 1, no shorts. I guess you're a pants guy. You don't have any anime here or shows, so you want to keep everything clean. And you know what? I appreciate that. Except when you say it, it kind of sounds like you're keeping things clean in a supremacist kind of way, and I'm not a big fan of that. So I'm just going to ignore the fact that I like what you're doing and roast you for something that is probably not true. See, we all know how this works. Good for us. Apparently, you're also a hollowed out carcass. I'm guessing all of that energy drink bullshit that you're drinking is rotting away your insides, and that is why you are hollow. Once again, Don't drink that stuff. It's bad for you. Now that we've gotten all of that personal stuff out of the way, let's look at what this person actually likes when it comes to film. And right off the bat, we have Labyrinth, which, if I were to just say to you, it's a movie where David Bowie relentlessly pursues a 14-year-old, would I be talking about this movie or just something that happened in David Bowie's life when he was younger? Yeah, sometimes the people who are the best are also super fucking problematic, and I'm not going to shy away from it just because I think David Bowie's a pretty good singer. Speaking of singing, Sing Street. What the fuck even is this movie? It kind of looks like someone did a really bad paint version of this poster and just put it out for everyone to see. That is the kind of film that only a hipster could love, and somehow also Shawn. Then we have Come and See, a war movie that I haven't seen before. And you know what? I don't give a shit. I'm just going to move on to the thing, you pretentious piece of shit. Yeah, you probably all thought I was going to call him pretentious because of Come and See, but no. We're going after him for the thing. Because look at everything else that's in this top 4. Labyrinth, Sing Street, and Come and See. No way that the thing is here for any other reason than to show this off to his friends and pretend that he's actually cool. Right? Like, that's it. That's the only thing he's got going for him. Guy probably walks into a room, everyone's like, hey, do you like David Bowie's cock piece? And then you blush and have to rush out of the room. So the thing is here in order to try to deflect from that. And I'm not buying it, Sean Axe. I'm not buying it one goddamn second. So what do you got going down here in your likes? Oh, interesting. This is interesting. Hey, do you remember in the bio when he said no shorts, anime, or shows are rated to keep everything clean? I guess that doesn't include goddamn comedy shows, huh, Sean Axe? I guess this, Tom Segura's Sledgehammer, is just the absolute height of cinematic comedy and therefore must be included. Hey, thanks for keeping it clean, boyo. And what else we got going on here? King Kong and Son of Kong? I'm just going to ignore that bullshit because anyone who's stupid enough to watch a sequel to a 1931 monster movie deserves exactly what they get. And then you're also watching The H-Man, which is an all in quotes. Is that the correct name of the word, of the title? Oh, it's an Ishiro Honda film. So you decided between this film and Godzilla to watch this film. Wow, that's a pretty dumb decision. Why would you even do that? Never mind, it's because your brain has been rotted by so many energy drinks. So what else is up here? Popular reviews? Yeah, let's go with popular reviews. Ooh, Labyrinth, 4 stars. I wonder if these are going to mention how David Bowie was like not the best. You know what? There are a lot of words here. So I'm going to assume that they don't, that he doesn't mention it at all. So why don't we just move on to the list, of which there are 12 of them. 12? Oh, good gravy. There's a My Scooby-Doo ranking. Hold on. What's the best Scooby-Doo movie of all time? Apparently, it's Scooby-Doo and Alien Invaders. Somehow, just by looking at this, I feel like it's the Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls of the Scooby-Doo cinematic universe, and I automatically hate it right off the bat. We also have Cyber Chase, which kind of sounds like something that you do on the weekends. Zombie Island, I've been told that's a good movie. For those of you who have seen my self-roast, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And apparently, the absolute worst one is Scooby-Doo in Arabian Nights. I didn't know that this existed, but it does have one fan. Ooh, who could it be? It's a ferret. A ferret really likes this movie. And also these other movies, including Alien Invaders. Uh-oh, Sean. Looks like you have something in common with a ferret. Not great. It's not looking great for you, kid. You also have X-Men rankings, Tarantino rankings, your Jay and Silent Bob rankings. Hey, this is something that I can talk about. Chasing Amy #1, incorrect. Absolutely 100% incorrect. And no, it is not ranked perfectly because I, the Cinephile Supreme, have declared it to not be so. If you were any kind of anybody, you would obviously have Clerks #1. Obviously. You would then have a combination of Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back and Clerks 2. You would then pivot to Dogma, have Mallrats after that, Chasing Amy after that, and then the other ones I haven't actually seen. So what can I say about that? I know I try to play myself off as an expert, but sometimes I lie to you guys. I do. And the fucked up thing is, you love it. So why don't we continue on with Sean Axe's little thing. I'm not going to bother with the MCU or Pixar or Star Wars. Your Star Wars ranking starts with Return of the Jedi. Get fucked, kid. Films I've heavily cried to. Hold on. Is that the first Hunger Games? Wait, was that when the 8-year-old dies? You cried when the 8-year-old dies? Aw, that's precious. That's so precious. Also, what part of Midsummer did you cry to? Like, the part where people had friends? Ugh. So, let's move on now to taking a look at the films that Shawn watches, because I desperately want to know what's going on. Lowest first. Oh, Emoji Movie, Escape from Tomorrow, Birdemic, Anaconda. Man, I need to rewatch this film because I think it's better than what people remember. Like, look at this. Look at Ice Cube getting eaten by an anaconda. That just looks great to me. And Jennifer Lopez is there too. So I'm going to say that maybe Anaconda is not a half star. But you also have Salo here. Oh, man. And apparently one of these fucking Steven Seagal movies, Sniper Special Ops. He's definitely an actor. Definitely an actor and a karate master. Definitely. Never question it. Never, ever question it. You should always question it. That guy sucks. Anyways, you also have Inherent Vice. What in the Paul Thomas Anderson is this? 1 star for Inherent Vice? And you're putting that on the same level as Skinned and lower than Movie 43 and Jurassic Park 3? A PTA film? We don't allow that in Cinephile Land, let me tell you what. In fact, we don't allow that in Film Bro Land, so maybe I should shut the fuck up. Because I don't want to be one of those anymore. Let's flip it around. Let's see what's going on here. Highest first. Someone in the chat talking about High School Musical 2. Come on now. This is a live stream for the real film fans. JK, love what you love. So let's see. Up top we've got, hey, Rocky 3. Ooh, definitely a movie. Yup. I don't know if it's a 5-star movie, though. Although, you know what? Begrudging respect for putting 5 stars on Creature from the Black Lagoon. I have seen that movie a lot, and while I don't think it's a 5-star film, it's definitely fun. What else is going on up here? Nomadland, 5 stars. A lot of 5 stars. Holy shit, how many 5 stars do you have? Whoa, that is well over 60 or 70. That's a lot. That's probably too goddamn many. And I gotta wonder here, Sean Axe, why is it that you have a film like Sing Street so high up when you have such classics as The Simpsons Movie and Hush and Saw and Pineapple Express also at 5 stars? It's almost like these rankings make absolutely no goddamn sense. But the one thing, Sean, the one thing that I cannot accuse you of is being a basic criterion bitch. So congratulations, you're not the first one off the bat. You're just the first roast off the bat. And with that, I think your roast is probably done. So Sean, if you ever see that, I hope you liked it. I hope you enjoyed that roast. What's chat going on? What's chat doing? What's chat saying? I want to see. I want to have good interactions with chat tonight. What about the cat fuel? Oh, it could have been rat. Oh, interesting actually. I didn't think about the cat. But does it look like a cat though? Like, if we were to zoom in and enhance, which I'm not going to do, that thing above it, does that look more like a cat? Oh, wait, no. It's a goat. I didn't even realize that it could be goat. It's goat fuel. It's greatest of all time fuel. Look at that. Look at the horns and shit. Look at the legs. It's definitely goat fuel. God damn. Just everyone out there right now, you tell me. Does drinking that make you the goat? Here's a quick hint. I don't fucking drink it. So what does that tell you? Sing Street is amazing, says Nocturno. Yeah, probably. I've never seen it. I'm just talking shit. Cyber Chase is the best one. Yeah, Alien Invaders is not the best Scooby-Doo film. For me, it's either Zombie Island or Cyber Chase. Damn, you guys have seen a lot of Scooby-Doo movies. Alien Invasion is good. Chasing Amy should not be number 1. I agree. There's a so-called Cyber Chase that started airing in 2002. Is that like a To Catch a Predator spinoff? Anaconda is fun. Fight Me. He gave the Muppets a 1. Yeah, I mean, the guy didn't have great taste. Sallow and the Sable is a Emoji Movie? That's just wrong. Hey, you know what? Some people are just going to watch Sallow and be disgusted by it. And you got to be prepared for that. How's Movie 43 better than Anaconda? It's not. Inherent Vice's PTA is worse, though, so he's not that wrong. Okay, but so let's say it is PTA's worst film. Does that mean that it's a 1-star film? No. It can still be his worst film and be like a 3-star film. You know what I'm saying? My computer won't let me comment on lists. Sure, it will. You just got to try harder. Maybe have an actual profile that's signed in. You could do that. The Whale at 5. What? Yeah. I mean, definitely, probably overestimating on what's his name, Brendan Fraser's performance. High School Musical 2 is a classic. Oh my god. Find the movie Higher Than Inherent Vice. Oh wait, Fred, the movie Higher Than Inherent Vice. Oh shit, I didn't even see that one. Escape from Tomorrow is definitely a better film than The Whale. Ooh, shots fired. Revenge is I Spit on Your Grave done right. I should watch Revenge. I've always had it in like my watch list and I never get around to it. It's always just there on a streaming service, you know? Shout out to Jim Milton for subscribing. Thank you for coming to the Cinephile family. Becoming a Cinemaniac even. I'm not sure what I should call you guys. I think Cinemaniac sounds better, but I don't know. Clue 5-star, gotta respect it. I hate Chasing Amy so much. Says Jim, our new subscriber. Hello, Jim. Cyber Chase was a PBS show. Oh, so To Catch a Predator spinoff. Mallrats is by far the best Jay and Silent Bob for me. I think Mallrats is like, what's his name? Kevin Smith, I think in Mallrats is trying to make not a Kevin Smith movie. You know, he's trying to do, and I think he said this as much, he's trying to do his own version of like an R-rated teen comedy. And I just don't think at that point in his career he had the chops to really pull it off. It has some great moments in it, sure, but when you compare it to both Clerks and Chasing Amy, the films that came after, I think it's like its deficiencies are fairly obvious, you know? So yeah, not a big... I was actually really into Mallrats when I was in high school, but I have since grown apart from it. Sorry I'm late, had to do house stuff. Man, this kind of makes it sound like you're cleaning up after a murder. Also, Introvert is here. Hello. Welcome to a whole group of introverts. I hope you can find a friend. I also hate Chasing Amy. I mean, Chasing Amy's kind of good. Spinning Your Grave has always been a movie done wrong. Content matter aside, it's just bad. Tusk is the best Kevin Smith movie. Yo, hot take. I'll say this. I think Clerks 3 was way better than Clerks 2. I haven't seen Clerks 3 yet, and so I cannot speak to that. But what I can speak to is Michael McGowan coming in with a super chat. Thank you so very much. Who am I roasting, Michael? Is it you? Is it you? Please tell me so I can roast the absolute living heck out of you. Or just let me know if it's a donation and you just want to chill. Clerks 3 was pretty good. I still haven't watched Clerks 2, though. Clerks 2, I really loved Clerks 2 when it came out. I saw an advanced screening of it. I thought it was lots of fun. Aside from the, mistreatment of a donkey, I think they cut around it elegantly, though, so you didn't have to, so they didn't have to actually sexually abuse a donkey. Like this live stream, if you thought that I was going to say, or you didn't think I was going to say sexually abuse a donkey on the live stream today. Zach's here. What's up, Zach? Trey's here. I don't think I said hi to Trey. Hello to everyone who's joining in, by the way. Thank you so much for joining. We've already done one roast, and now we're going to do a roast of Michael McGowan because they super chatted, and I love that for me. I don't like it for you because you're going to be in goddamn tears in a second. Tears of joy? I don't know. I guess that depends on how charitable I'm being. So with that said, why don't we just jump right in to the roast of Lord Michael? Oh my goodness, I had no idea that I was in the presence of a lord. Ooh, should I roll out the red carpet for you? Should I get out all of the really nice china? Maybe get that silverware that was bequeathed to me by my great-great-grandparents that I've never used because no one wants to use that shit. Come on, family. I buy my silverware at IKEA. Get over it. So let's take a look at Lord Michael. Let's take a look at this person. Although I kind of don't want to take a look at him too long because this is goddamn terrifying. If I had to guess, this looks like that one guy from Monsters, Inc., but also it has Tobey Maguire's face from one of the Spider-Man movies superimposed on top of it. And I cannot think of something that is more indicative of nightmare fuel other than goat fuel. So if I were to drink enough goat fuel, this is probably what I would see in my everyday life, and that's not a life that I want to lead. I don't think anyone wants to lead that life. So maybe, Lord Michael, if you could appease us little small peasants who are in your grandeur currently, could you maybe fuck off with this? Holy good gosh darn, my man. Also, you think you're probably going to be in good with me because you have your location listed as the Black Lodge, but the only thing that means is that if I ever clip this and make a video of it, I'm going to do the rest of this roast talking backwards with subtitles. It's just going to be more confusing for everyone, and that's all your fault. Don't try to come at me with David Lynch shit, especially Twin Peaks shit, and think that that puts you in my good graces. It doesn't. If anything, it just makes me despise you more, because now I have to reconcile the fact that absolute dumbasses like the same thing that I do. How do I know, though, that Lord Michael is a dumbass, aside from the fact that they felt the need to give themselves such a haughty name? Well, how about the fact that you have Days of Heaven, Out of the Blue, Midnight Cowboy, and A Woman Under the Influence as your favorite films? And I guess maybe I don't even need to do it at this point, but I'm gonna do it anyways. And yes, Eli, you are correct. We've got a basic Criterion bitch on our hands, because every single one of those movies is in the Criterion collection. All of them. All of them. It's a 4-for-4 sweep. So, yeah. Obviously, you don't actually know how to figure out what your favorite movies are. You just default to shit that you see in the Criterion channel because you're trying to convince people that you're better at this shit than they are. What else could I expect from someone clinging to the fading idea that monarchy is a good thing? What have you been watching recently, though, Mr. Criterion Basic Bitch number 1? Oh, you watched Drugstore Cowboy, a film that's in the Criterion collection. And you also watched Francis Ha, a film that's in the Criterion collection. My God. Have we ever had a 6-for-6 basic Criterion bitch? Maybe that's what you're actually the lord of being. Moving on from that, I want to take a look at your popular reviews. Oh, look at this. Look at Mr. Quippy. Look at the lordship who has spent many, many years with private tutors teaching them about the world and languages and geometry and shit like that. That's how this person was able to deliver us this incredible review of Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. Wow. I have chills just saying such awesome observation out loud. Next, we have 6 lights for A Woman Under the Influence. And remember, this is one of this person's 4 favorite films. Probably the most accurate portrayal of mental health and the effects it has on the people around you ever created. And Gina Rollins, wow. 7 5 out of 5 star movies in 7 days is not too shabby. Oh, so you just give that shit out like candy. You're someone who's like pretending to be giving full-ass chocolate bars to kids on Halloween, but in actual fact, you're just giving them to the kids that you like. And I mean that in the worst way possible. Why don't we move on, though, from that particular comment? Oh my gosh, there's a bio. Everyone, I missed the bio. I'm so sorry. I was looking up where it said Black Lodge, and I didn't notice that there was actually a bio. And wouldn't you know it, Lord Michael, definitely not a man of the people, has quoted the dude by saying, yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man. And let me know if someone who has called themselves Lord Michael and references films like The Black Lodge and these Criterion films is some fucked up, stupid stoner whose biggest mission in life is trying to find a rug that gets the room to fit together properly. Yeah, I don't buy it for a goddamn second. Stop trying to be one of us, one of the lower down folk. You're not doing yourself any favors, and I think you know that. But hey, I guess it wouldn't be the first time a lord was fucking oblivious to how shit actually works in the world. So now we move on to the list. The 21 lists that you have, and wouldn't you know it, it's just fucking director ranked list. Hey everyone, do you think there's gonna be a woman in here? Let's see. No. All that edging for nothing. Oh well, I guess it's just a typical Tuesday for me. Are there any of these that are even worth looking at? Like, it's all just the shit that you expect from the most basic ass film bro. My God, a basic Criterion bitch and a film bro rolled into one. I can't believe people pay for this. Kobayashi ranked, Kurosawa ranked, Terrence Malick ranked, Hitchcock ranked, PTA ranked, unfinished. Hey, at least there's not any list here with just one fucking film in them. We've got that going for us. So I don't think there's any point in this. Also, Bergman has like a lot of movies. So you need to watch some. And putting Winter Light behind The Seventh Seal is a fucking disgrace, especially to the memory of both Gunnar Bornstrand and Ingrid Thulin, who fucking kill it in this movie. Although I guess Gunnar Bornstrand also kills it in The Seventh Seal, but I think he kills it more in Winter Light. This movie is so depressing, it will make you throw up. Put it number one or shut the fuck up. So why don't we take a look now at the films that you've rated as the very best? And I think that we should be doing this keeping in mind that we are dealing with both a film bro and a basic Criterion bitch. So of course, the half-star films, it's just all of the shit. All of the super shit. The Kissing Booth 3, the Norbits, the Spy Kids, the 365 Days, the Threads, the Tall Girls. Wait, did I say Threads? No, I meant Fred. Threads is a very different film. The Tall Girls, the 50 Shades, the Home Alone sequels, the G-Forces, the 50 Shades of Grey again, the Kevin Spacey movies where he voices a cat because no one can stand to look at his stupid face anymore. They are all here. The only thing I'm seeing a lack of are shitty Adam Sandler films. That seems to be something that you have enjoyed. Oh, never mind. There's the Zohan movie. You are cool, I guess. Although, not really, because all you've managed to do here is correctly identify shit. If I could walk into a barn, point at horseshit and say, hey, that's horseshit, that's as impressive as what you are doing right here. Which is to say, it's not impressive. So I guess we should probably take a look at what's on top. Aside from me, when we're talking about his mother. And here it looks like we have Whiplash coming in first place, and I think probably pretty much everything else is going to be Criterion nonsense. And you know what? A lot of it is. Although, hey, would you look at that? Star Wars: A New Hope. That's not in the Criterion collection, although it probably would be if they could afford it. Like, for sure, right? You know what? I'm willing to bet the Criterion has approached Lucasfilm and is like, hey, can we just put like the first 3 Star Wars films in the Criterion collection? And they're like, yeah, sure, we're Disney, we're fine with that, you can license our shit. And they're like, oh great. And then as a special feature, we're gonna need the original versions of the films. And they're like, Disney's like, no, fuck no, God no, absolutely fucking not. Anyways, here we go, taking a look at this. And should we count the Criterion films or should we count the non-Criterion films? Which do you think there are more or less of? I'm willing to bet that there's more Criterion films, although I'm not sure looking at this now. I'm not sure. Because some of these are considered to be some of the greatest films of all time, but they're not. They're not in the Criterion collection. There's a little bit of a mix here. What does this person's stat line look like? Looks like they mostly go for 3.5 stars. Very few 5-star ratings, except there's 104 of them. That seems like a lot. How many have you seen? 1,300. Holy shit. You are giving out 5 stars way more often than I am. And that is, of course, a bad thing. So if I'm looking at this, which ones can I say are actually absolutely not 5-star films that should not belong to this list? I'm probably going to have to say Dogville on that one. I can't let Lars Van Trier get away with that. Also, Chinatown gets automatically demoted because Roman Polanski's a pedophile. And, you know, there's probably a couple of others in here that would also get downvoted or downgraded for that exact same reason. Although, you know what? You've got The Straight Story, David Lynch's finest film right there. That's right. I said it. The Straight Story is David Lynch's best film. At me if you want. I don't care if it's a Disney movie. It's goddamn true. And then. Actually, no, there's a lot of films here that I would probably give a 5-star to. Or at least very close to a 5-star. I'm not finding very many things to argue with you about, honestly, when it comes to these. I still think there's too many. Wait, what is this? What is this Japanese? Is that Requiem? Ah, Requiem with a 5-star. But Portrait with a 5-star as well. Eyes Wide Shut with a 5-star. Yeah. I feel like maybe the roast can't go any further than this, other than the fact that I have never seen that version of the Nowhere poster. Why is there a goddamn lizard alien thing right there? Is Nowhere a sci-fi film and no one told me? Hold on, I haven't watched it. Details, genres, drama, comedy. Huh? Wait, what are these themes? Underdogs and coming of age, intense violence and sexual transgression, humanity in the world around us, teenager, school, friendship, funny, or nerds. I mean, that's a lot of goddamn movies. Sexuality, sex, surfing, teenager friendship, gay, sexual relationships, teenager, friends, sad adolescents, show all. How many more are there? Oh, baby. Surfing? It's a surf movie? Huh? That doesn't make any sense. Is Nowhere a surf movie? For everyone who's seen Nowhere in chat, please let me know if it's a surf movie or not. I don't know if that's a thing. I mean, of course, surf movies are a thing, but I just don't know if Nowhere is a surf movie. As someone who's never seen it, I'm not sure. So, of course, Michael, because you donated, because you super chatted your way into getting your profile roasted, I have to recommend a film that you must absolutely watch. And if you don't, I'm going to come to you like Candyman does. It does mean you will have to say Cinemateq 5 times in a mirror, but when you do, I will be there and I will not be very happy because I was probably sleeping. So, what am I going to recommend that you watch? And you're already kind of a basic Criterion bitch, so I feel like I got to give you more of a left field pick. Maybe something that's a little bit gross, and I may pick one that I've already seen, but I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. Yeah, I'm not going to go with something like, Three Colors Blue, because I feel like you're going to get there anyways. You're going to get to probably see, like, Mother and Daisies. So what is a good one? What's something that's not in the Criterion collection that's, like, super cool and a little left field? I think I might go back to the one I saw on the first page. If you can guess what I'm thinking about picking by going back to that first page, put it in the chat, because I bet you can't. I'm going to do one more. I'm going to look at one more page. You should probably take old off of here. Why would you subject yourself to a piece of shit movie? You know what? All right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm a little bit torn. So I'm going to say that you should watch Ichi the Killer. A Takashi Miike film that is exactly this horrific, but many, 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 many times. I can't believe they are using this image as the header. Oh my God. There's someone's literal intestine just right there, just chilling on a chair. Yup. Not a violent movie, this one. Nope. Not a violent movie at all. Not a violent movie at all. And I have not seen Down by Law. So the people who keep saying Down by Law, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna do it. But there you go, Lord Michael. Me hopes you felt satisfactorily roasted by my fire, by the hearth in my soul. I don't know. Okay, bro, I didn't pay for a mum joke. Yeah, you did. These alternative posters hurt my soul. Some of them are alright. Although original posters are always the best. Oh, we had our hopes too high, expecting a woman director. All that edging for nothing. Unpopular opinion, I saw Pan once and I actually enjoyed myself. Ooh, really? Cool. Imagine the despecialized editions being under Criterion. I mean, that would be fucking incredible. And it would never happen, but that would be great. It's not a surf movie, says Michael. Well, then why is it categorized as one? Fix that somehow. It has nothing to do with you, but fix it. Hey, TJ. Recent reads Patchwork Girl of Oz by L. Frank Baum, The Storyteller by Brandon Hobson, and Small Things Like These by Claire Keegan. Recent first-time watches include For Beginning Games, The Sting, The Wanderers, Closely Watched Trains. Yeah, that's a good one. Snake Eyes. It's good if you like Nicolas Cage. Captain Ron, Not One Less, Blood Tea, and Red String, and Midnight Cowboy. All right. Not bad, not bad. Thanks, man. I don't feel too wounded. Well, then clearly I didn't do my job well enough. And what are you doing, main alternative, with that emoji? What is that even supposed to mean? Are you nervous? Are you nervous? Are you nervous about something that Hawk is going to do with his super chat? Hey, Hawk, thank you so much for the super chat. Who am I roasting, good sir and madame or NB? Let me know in the chat. Could I get a quick watch list recommendation, film talk, Hawk? Of course, Hawk. Of course I can do that. Do you mind if I do it in a sassy way so it's kind of like a roast? Wait, is that... the fuck? Is this your profile? Spring Break Forever? Like, I know that I've roasted you before, and I just don't remember this being your profile. Spring Break. Spring Break. All right. Let's take a look at your watch list. I'm going to just recommend something off of this watch list unless you tell me that this is not your profile, but I put in Film Talk Hawk, and this is what I got. Now it is. I changed it up a bit. Nice. Although I think your favorite films are all the same from what I recall. So let's take a look at this watch list. What a good profile, says Duke. We'll be the judge of that. I mean, right off the bat, I gotta go with Legacy of Satan. I've never fucking seen it, but like, why wouldn't you watch this movie? 568 people have. Why not? Oh, wait, I need to put this in a watch list so I can be the 666th person to watch it. Fuck, is there a way that I can monitor that somehow? God, that would be cool. That'd be cool. All right. Actually, though, just off this first page, I'll try to give you one film from like the first couple of pages, since we're not doing a full roast here. And the one, okay, I might do a few recommendations here, because I also just want to talk about some of these films, right? Because I think these are films that maybe you guys haven't experienced, maybe haven't watched, and you might like some additional context as to why they might be worth checking out. So the first one I'm going to point to here is Let's Scare Jessica to Death. This is an early 1970s horror film. This was kind of, I guess it would have been pre-Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So this is when horror as the genre that we would know in the 70s leading up to Halloween was still kind of developing, was still kind of in flux. So what's really cool about this is that, just like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, shot on 16mm film, has some really cool shots in it. Some, I'm not going to call it like overly audacious filmmaking, but it's people basically making a low budget horror film and putting a lot of effort into it while also keeping the scope relatively small and keeping things occasionally creepy. It does have some fantastic shots in it, and I really do love just the overall like grainy look of this film, very reminiscent of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So this is a horror film that I would recommend getting a hold of if you have the opportunity. The other one from this page I want to talk about is Jesus Camp. This is one of the better documentaries I think I've ever seen. In fact, I'm going to put a 4-star on it right now. The great thing about this film is that given the subject matter, it does remarkably well at keeping a somewhat unbiased perspective. Although it's a weird thing to explain. So essentially, this movie shows you stuff from what it's like, you know, attending a quote unquote Jesus camp. This is like evangelical Christians, fundamentalist Christians in like during the Bush era, essentially in the United States back in 2006, 2005. And this film essentially goes into and looks at the people who are in this camp and follows these kids around and tries to figure out like what's happening to these kids, what's going on, and just kind of like showing it. And the thing that I find fascinating about the film is that, with the exception of, I think, a moment in the film where the filmmaker does a kind of like radio interview or something like that, there's never really any kind of judgment placed on what is being shown. And so the effect that happens here is that someone like me, who is always wary of the ways that all religions can indoctrinate youth and things like this, I look at this film and I see a damning indictment of what the religious right is doing to children from a very young age in terms of convincing them to be Christians, or the way in which they express their Christianity, the way in which they follow it. But at the same time, if I were someone who was an evangelical Christian and was deep into it and watched Jesus Camp, I would probably just be watching it saying, yeah, that's what we do. These are all good things. So it's weirdly a film that I think people from both sides of this discussion can watch and see their own biases reflected back at them. And the fact that the filmmakers were able to accomplish that is pretty wild. Like, it's not something that you see every day. Usually a lot of documentaries, like, it's very clear what the bias is and how the filmmakers are framing what is going on in the film as being either good or bad or something like that, right? Whereas this film, I think people from both sides of it would look at it and say, yeah, that's exactly what I thought, you know? But there is still like there's still a little bit going on in there where you can tell the filmmakers are kind of being like, yo, this is weird. This is weird and probably not good. But overall, I think it's probably the most neutral presentation of that subject matter that you could have gone for. And yet still somehow can be a damning indictment or a really like a thumbs up, like, yeah, that's exactly what we do. Yeah, it's wild. So yeah, I'd recommend that. Let's Scare Jessica to Death. Can I even pick one off of here? The Innocents, I'm pretty sure I've seen that. Nope, not that version of it. Rouge, Simona. You know what? The only one of the films that I've seen here is Last Year at Marienbad. So yeah, go see Last Year at Marienbad. It's a film from the French New Wave. It's directed by Alain Resnais, who is one of the all-time best French filmmakers. This film is confusing, to say the least, but the cinematography is something to behold. It's got Delphine Seyrig in a starring role, who you should see. To give you an idea of like what this movie's all about, her character's name is A. The man with the Italian accent is X, and M, the other man with the lean face, the husband. And basically the film is just kind of like this push and pull between these three people. But the way in which that it's depicted, you can be very metaphorical with your interpretation of it. I actually wrote an essay on Marienbad where, like, this is a film that takes place in like the 1950s in like a palatial estate somewhere in France. It's meant to look like somewhat contemporary, and I made the argument that this is a science fiction film. You know, that it's a time loop film, and when every time the loop resets, we're just seeing different parts of it, and that explains the kind of fragmented nature of it. So yeah, it's certainly one of the new wave classics that everyone should see if you're interested in film history. And let's do this one last page as well. Hey, look, it's another Alain Resnais film, Hiroshima Mon Amour. Probably just as good as Last Year at Marienbad, although I haven't seen it in a long time, so I'm not going to, strictly speaking, recommend that. Is there anything here else that I can recommend, though? You have watch list quite a few films that I haven't seen. Oh, wait, it's Death by Hanging. Have I talked to you guys about Death by Hanging before? Whoo. This is a great movie. This is a film that I would probably put like a 4.5 star on, if not potentially a 5 if I were to rewatch it. It's kind of hard to explain, although the concept is fairly simple. Basically, in Japan after the war, I guess the death penalty was still a thing, and there's a guy convicted of a crime. He's sentenced to death by hanging. They hang him, and they're like, okay, he's dead. They declare him dead. They take him down off of the noose, and then he like wakes up. So he's not dead, but he's been declared dead. So really, the sentence has been carried out, which means that since he was killed by hanging, he should now be able to just go free. And that's kind of the question going on here. And what essentially happens is that the authorities, I think, decide that they can't actually just let this guy go because he's still a murderer. So I think they try to like convince him to hang himself. because like they as a state can't do it anymore. And so the film is really just like these government officials badgering him, if I'm remembering it correctly. And it's really wild. It does a lot of different stuff where it's playing with like the perception of what's going on, because I think they're trying to lead the guy through his crime, and so the director Oshima is doing some like pretty wild stuff where he's like constructing sets that look like other things in places where they shouldn't be, if I'm remembering it correctly. There's just a lot of really good stuff going on here. So yeah, put this one in your watch list. It's incredible. It blew me away when I watched it the first time, and I've only seen it once. I should definitely watch it again. But this is a great one. This is a great one. Dude, I had no idea what this was about. I'm definitely checking that out now in the near future. Yes, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Marimbad is an amazing film. Yeah, it's good, but it's very it's not the most what would you call I don't want to say that it's an opaque film. It's not the I guess it is kind of an opaque film. You really probably need to read a couple of articles about it after watching it. And yes, this was for a YouTube video. What? Don't know why I'm just now remembering this, but I remember once I was doing a movie haul and someone told me to pick up a book. Hey, reading is great. Reading is a good thing. This is what I'm reading right now. I probably should have done this when Josephine was talking about her books. So yeah, I'm reading Hellbent by Lee Berdugo. This is the second book in the Ninth House series, which is basically, it's spooky stuff, but it's cool spooky stuff. If you're into horror type things, get into it. The Hellbent in the title is not metaphorical. They literally go to hell in this book, and that's pretty fun. Oh, Ella, if anyone ever says that to you, just tell them to fuck off. No problem, Hawk. Glad you liked it. I just watched Once Upon a Time in the West, and it was so boring. Please tell me, what do you like about it? Because it's not boring. I like it because it's dope as hell. What are you talking about? I understand how you would say that it's boring. It certainly doesn't go at a pace that is at the same rate as what you would expect out of a modern film. But I think that's one of the best things about it. It's a film that knows how to build to a payoff. And you can see that very clearly in even the first scene, where you get the rhythm of the water coming out, or the fan circulating. I can't remember exactly what's going on there. And you slowly build from these extreme long shots into these close-ups into what is essentially a gunfight. It is the supreme distillation of the spaghetti western genre, and it's great. It's great. I love it. It's one of the best westerns ever made. I need to watch that. I recently watched Kieslowski's short film about killing and loved it. Cool. Thinking of watching Legacy of Satan tonight. I mean, I have no idea what that's about, so I don't know. Once Upon a Time in the West is my drug. Put it straight into my veins. Are you excited for Barbie movie? Hell yeah. I'd be even more excited for it if I could buy a goddamn ticket for it. Not to say that it's sold out, but Cineplex has been really weird about like getting advance tickets going for Barbie and Oppenheimer. In fact, I'm just gonna check real quick because I'm nervous that they're gonna put out the IMAX tickets for Oppenheimer. I'm just gonna miss it. Nope, still not doing it. God damn these assholes. Why do we allow them to have a monopoly over what we do? Pieces of shit. Anywho. Barbie is going to be peak fiction? Yeah, probably. What's up, Trash Grin? Good to have you here. You know what else is good to have here? A roast. A roast. Oh, yes, a roast. And here we have the Roast of Berby. Someone who I think I've roasted before, but that was a long time ago and it was a super chat. So I'm just going to do a real quick run through to see what's going on in their life. And you know what, Berby? I can see with your depressed little emo glasses here that maybe you are the type of person who would go onto twitter.com with your blue check mark and try to say something a little bit racist after something that Donald Trump posts in order to get a bunch of likes and therefore feel validated. But that's not what's going to happen here. I'm going to validate you by just talking a whole bunch of shit to your face. Not your actual face. This camera, though. This camera lens is your face. So what we got going on here in the bio? No art passes our conscience in the way the film does. Oh yeah, I remember this. It's an Ingmar Bergman quote, trying to sound real high and mighty, real cultured. Well, I don't buy it. And the main reason why I don't buy it is because I can see Blade Runner 2049 right there in your favorite films, Berby. Jesus H. balls. Nothing here says I'm trying to be cultured more than saying that Blade Runner 2049 is one of your favorite films. What? You just really into Roger Deakins cinematography and you don't give a shit about a narrative that isn't so goddamn fragmented it looks like a piece of shit going down the toilet? Give me a break. And also, I feel like this is a great time for me to tell you, the people watching at home, that I have just finished watching every Christopher Nolan film in the last 3 days. That's right. There's 11 of them. I'm not counting Oppenheimer. It's not out yet. I have watched 11 Christopher Nolan films in 3 days, and some of those movies are fucking long. So let me tell you, that was not an easy thing to do. But it also means that I now have very specific things to say about Christopher Nolan films, especially a film like Interstellar, a bloated 2001 knockoff that is desperately trying, or at least shows a director who is desperately trying to raise his stock after the absolute travesty that was The Dark Knight Rises. Guess what, Christopher Nolan? I'm not fucking buying it. No siree Bob, and I'm certainly not buying it from you, Berby. Then we move on and we see that, oh, it looks like Berby has watched 2001: A Space Odyssey. I was really worried that maybe you would be saying to yourself, oh, Interstellar is definitely better, but you did give 2001: A Space Odyssey 5 stars. What do we think you said about 2001? If you mention Interstellar in this, I'm going to be pissed. This came out in 1968. This film is magnificent. It's awe-inducing. It brings wonder and joy. It's creative and beautifully crafted. I'm at a loss for words. Well, you know what? If you're that much at a loss for words, this would be a great opportunity. Too much saliva in my mouth. This would be a great opportunity for you to get Interstellar the fuck out of your top 4 and replace it with an actual good movie that is science fiction. This one, 2001, A Goddamn Space Odyssey. Get it done, kid. Also, how dare you give Titanic 4.5 stars? Oh, is it because you get no bitches? I had no idea. I couldn't tell. Don't worry, you'll always be able to jerk off to Ana de Armas in Blade Runner 2049. She will never leave you. So what do we got here going for popular reviews? Ooh, Extraction 2. Apparently it's a decent sequel, except fuck it only gets 2 stars. Great consistency. Plot is almost non-existent, but wow, the action is incredible. Kind of weird how people think that like action sequences don't have plot going on in them, right? It's almost like we're so used to exposition dumps being the equivalent of plot that people achieving their goals during action sequences is somehow not related to plot. Maybe that's a lesson that more people could absolutely stand to learn. What do we got going down here in the list? And I think I'm only going to do the list because once again, I'm pretty sure that I have roasted Berby again, or before. So let's see. My top 100 favorite films? It's probably just going to make me mad, so I'll probably come back to it. My top 50 favorite horror films. Ooh, that's interesting. Hey, guess what? The Haunting of Hill House is not a horror film. It is a horror miniseries. Get it the hell out of here. Also, what are you doing putting Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness at number 10? Seriously? You can't think of any other horror movies that are better than this. And like, let's not forget here, looking at this list, that you have the brand new Halloween, the one from 2018 here, well above the original. In fact, is the original Halloween even here? There it is, 28. You also have Evil Dead 2 down at 29, even though you have Evil Dead Rise at number 5. I have never seen recency bias this severe in my life. Holy shit. I see here that you have The Exorcist down here at 33. I'm half expecting you to put the Exorcist sequel that's coming out later this year just right at the very top based on how the rest of this is going. If such a mediocre horror film like Evil Dead Rise could get to the top, or at least get here over films like the aforementioned Halloween, or even films like The Shining or Zodiac or Alien, then oh my god, there is just no hope for the rest of this list. I just got a lot of saliva in my mouth today, guys. I don't know what's going on. Must be some Pavlov dog thing going on. Someone got me going. So what else we got in here? A DCEU ranking? Holy shit. How do you measure trash? Somehow trying to make a Rent reference there, and I'm not sure why I did it. So you think Man of Steel and the Suicide Squad are tip top, even though Man of Steel is like a disgrace to the legacy of Superman. Dude literally breaks someone's neck. Come on. I would absolutely put Zack Snyder's Justice League #1. It's really the only like good thing that has come out of this extended universe, and that is not saying much. It's kind of like polishing a turd. When you get right down to it, it's still a turd. A smaller turd, which in this case doesn't even make sense for the metaphor because this is a bigger turd in terms of length, but hey. But what would I do if I were to re-rank this myself? It would be Justice League #1. Honestly, probably Birds of Prey 2, because at least I had fun with that movie. And then everything else is tied for my asshole. That's it. That's the ranking for the DCEU. And I guess, sure, we'll look at the top 100 favorite films, see what we can be angry about, and oh, look, I guess we are, in fact, dealing with a Christopher Nolan stan. And not even a very good one, because they're putting The Dark Knight #8, and yet where is Dunkirk? Oh, it's probably not here, but Inception's here, but where is Dunkirk? Where is actually one of the good movies that Christopher Nolan made? Oh, I guess it's not around. Certainly not as good as Barbarian. Oh, it makes me sick. It also makes me swallow my spit, which is something that I do quite a lot. Yeah, that's about it. That's about all that I want to do here. So you know what, Berby? There you go. You got one for free. Congratulations. You roasted again, I think. I can't actually remember. I really hope that I have roasted Berby in the past. I see Dunkirk at 52. Well, it must be real great for you to have good eyesight. I, for one, also have really good eyesight. So I don't really know what to say now. Dan, you're almost up. What's your, which one's you? Which one's you? Which one's your, thingy? Zack Snyder or the original Justice League? What? Suicide Squad greater than Birds of Prey? Nah, Birds of Prey was fun. Birds of Prey was a fun time. TJ's 2001 versus Nolan take is objectively correct. Okay, so here's the funny thing about that. I wanted to bring this up. The reason why I watched all of Christopher Nolan's films in the last 3 days is that I'm putting out a Christopher Nolan ranked video that also is going to serve as an Oppenheimer review video. Hopefully that'll go out on... I mean, if I can get it out Thursday, that'd be dope, but I don't think I'm going to do it. Those ranked list videos take a little bit of time because there's a lot of editing that goes into those, and they tend to be longer as well. So if it doesn't go out on Thursday, expect it on Saturday or Sunday. Can't put it out on the same day as a live stream because YouTube doesn't like it when I do that. So yeah, keep an eye out. I am doing a Nolan ranked video, and I will have opinions about all of his movies. Some surprising ones, perhaps. Especially if you just took everything I said in that roast very seriously. I'm in the process of that too. I don't know what that's referring to. Evil Dead Rise top 4. Yeah, it's bullshit. This list is trash. Agreed. Is 7 a horror film? I never thought. See, here's the thing. In 7, a man fucks a woman to death with a knife attached to his dick. So if that never struck you as being horrific, please go to therapy. Please. Immediately. Thank you. the hell is The Shining doing behind Multiverse of Madness? I mean, the guy was doing like favorites, right? So it's probably like, oh yeah, like he's probably like, oh, I think that The Shining is like the best horror movie of all time, but in terms of my favorites, Multiverse of Madness is better. Like it's probably something like that. Something that is objectively wrong, but hey. I'm actually cringing so hard. Good. Evil Dead 1, 2, and 3 are so much better and also masterpieces. I mean, I think that word gets used a bit too liberally, but certainly Evil Dead 2 is pretty great. Basically, yeah. Okay. Birds of Prey was so overhated. I like that so much. Let's see. Same name. Is your name coming up soon? It's not in my queue for the rest of today, Dan. You must be looking pretty far down the list. Have I seen Alfred Hitchcock's Frenzy? I don't believe I have, because that's a later film for Hitchcock. I haven't seen a lot of his stuff outside of like, I guess the mid 60s onward. I haven't seen a lot of his stuff. Although I think I've seen Torn Curtain. I'd have to see. Barbenheimer Day is nearly upon us. I've got this idea for a video I might put out next week. It'll be a review roast, but it'll be for Barbenheimer, and I just won't reveal which film the half-star shitty review is from. And I kind of think that could be a funny little gag. I'm still thinking about whether or not to do that. I am also going to be putting out like a proper like standalone review for Barbie. I'm going to try to make it a little bit different. Gonna try to make it a little bit casual, you know. I even picked up some lights so I can make this behind me not look like just so uniformly white. And so maybe for the Barbie one, I'll just make everything pink behind me, and then we'll call it a casual review where I just casually talk about the movie. Dan, your profile will come up in 3 more months. True. Birds of Prey had Mary Elizabeth Winstead. There's nothing beating that fun. Correct. And Dollface, you just came in with the super chat. Thank you so much. Please let me know in chat what your Letterboxd name is, and I'll get to embarrassing you in front of all of these fine people who still haven't liked the live stream for some reason. Are you trying to make Rocco cry? Because that's what you're going to do if you don't hit the like button. You're making Rocco cry. Rocco is my cat, if you don't know. He's a big, handsome boy, and he doesn't like to cry. He's an ugly crier. So hit that like button, or else you're going to make Rocco cry. What else we got going on here in chat? Dollface scares me. Where did that come from? If you had to pick between Barbie and Oppenheimer to make a lot of money, what would you say? Barbie's going to, like, double the box office of Oppenheimer first weekend. Like, once again, I talked about this a little bit last week, but I've seen even more updated reports saying that Barbie is projected to pull in about $100 million, and Oppenheimer is projected to bring in $50 million. So, yeah, it's very obviously going to be Barbie's weekend. And I think that's already like at play when I do look at the advance tickets that are available for Barbie and Oppenheimer. Like Barbie in my area, super sold out. Oppenheimer, not as much, but also they still haven't opened up the advanced screenings yet, which is stupid. I think Nolan is a director of all time. True. He is there. And having rewatched all of his films, I do have a new appreciation for some of his films, while others I am less impressed with, having watched them again. And I think that's likely going to be true for a lot of people when they start really going through his filmography again and perhaps reassessing it in the future. Cool that Barbie's Letterboxd page has a pink heart icon for the likes. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Almost as cool as Portrait of a Lady on Fire having little fire things for its star rating. It's AngelDollFace on Letterboxd. Cool. That doesn't look creepy at all. I'm now just realizing that your name is Dollface and that your avatar is a doll face. This will be fine. I'm sure there's nothing wrong, and there's going to be nothing creepy about this Letterboxd profile. It's going to be super chill. We're all going to have an okay time. Oh man, I just saw a review for Barbie that makes me a little bit afraid. Okay. What do you think about the new Napoleon film? I think it'll be good. I always like it when Ridley Scott is kind of forced away from doing CGI heavy films, even though I'm sure there's going to be a lot of CGI in Napoleon. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I like it when he puts his films, at least currently, I prefer when he puts his films in the past than in, say, the present or the future. The Last Duel, really good movie. Really enjoyed that film. And so I think Napoleon stands a good chance of being just as good, probably better. Cool that Barbie's letter. Oh, yeah, I already read that. I like the video nav. Wait, what? I have like the video nav. What? If you pay, you don't have to go and put your name on the list, just saying. Yeah. Wait, what did you say? I'm tempted to see Rocco cry? You son of a bitch. Dollface has Sound of Freedom at 5 stars. Oh, really? Why are you looking ahead? Why are you doing things that I'm gonna be roasting them for? Actually, wait, I don't see that at all. That must be somewhere else in their profile. And it's midnight. What could possibly go wrong? Are you going to see Wim Wenders' new film, Perfect Days? Oh, that's a Wim Wenders film, huh? Yeah, probably. I need to watch more of his films, honestly. Skies Over Berlin or Wings of Desire. Both names are correct. I think Wings of Desire is used more often, though. Wings of Desire is still a great movie. And I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of that. That film turned me on to Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. Did some good things for me in my music listening history back in, I guess, 2007-ish when I saw it. So, I mean, I've seen at least 2 Wim Wenders films already, if not 3, although I haven't seen Paris, Texas yet. So I should do that. But I have seen $1 Million Hotel, Wings of Desire, and maybe another one. Show Elmo your cat? What? What does that even mean? Who's Elmo? Wim lost his touch big time, but Wings of Desire will forever be a masterpiece. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Mostly for Nick Cave, though. Mostly for Nick Cave. Show Rocco your cat. How can I show Rocco the cat? What? Rocco is the cat. Nicholas, are you drunk? Are you drunk? It's okay if you're drunk. Just maybe comment more. Is my cat Elmo from Sesame Street? No. My cat's name is Rocco. We've been over this. They really do need to stop bullying Rocco. He's a very sensitive boy who is currently sleeping in the place where I've been watching Christopher Nolan films for the last 3 days. I bet it's nice and warm. And with all of that said, hold on. I'm going to take a big old gulp so I can do an obnoxious burp during this roast. Roast you with the fire that is my burping. Straight fire burps coming at your face. I think it's probably time that we do something. What do we do? Oh, yeah. Let's roast AngelDollFace. And naturally, with someone named AngelDollFace, the first thing that we have to look at is the profile picture. And you know what I see when I look at this profile picture? Not an angel, not a doll, and barely a face. This to me kind of looks like the moon is a peeping Tom and he got a real good look at my penis. And I am not a fan of that. I am, in fact, terrified by this. But not in an I'm scared kind of way. In a way where if this were to just superimpose over the moon, I would probably need to run out into the streets and convince everyone to not just commit ritual suicide on the spot. This is the kind of image that brings civilizations to their knees. And the fact that you just have this as a profile picture is troubling, to say the least. So let's get away from that absolute travesty of an image and look at this absolute travesty of a Letterboxd profile. And wouldn't you know it, this person manages to somehow be basic without being a Criterion bitch. Because we've got The Truman Show, The Princess Bride, Airplane, and A Clockwork Orange. A movie that I will remind you has a full-on rape scene in it. What a great movie to put in your favorite films. You know, the film with a rape scene in it. But we also have other lighthearted films like The Princess Bride and Airplane. Did you know that Airplane, they couldn't make that film anymore. That's probably what you say to people when you're talking about it. The comedy's just so cutting edge. It's so edgy. Like, my God, there's so many jokes in that you just couldn't say today. That's probably the amount of intellect that you commonly deal with, or in fact exhibit on a day-to-day basis. And it doesn't surprise me then that The Princess Bride would also be in your top 4. A film that only a moron could truly love. And yes, I know the hate's coming for me, so let me remind you, this is a roast, and that's what you fucking paid for. And I'm not even going to touch on The Truman Show. Too much has been said about it already, and I think that its deficiencies are so clear that I will frustratingly not illuminate on them. Ooh, this is a tactic I've never used before. I kind of like it. So what do we got going on here in the recent activity? Looks like you're just handing out 4-star reviews like it's Christmas. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, Blood Simple, Cleo from 5 to 7. But hey, at least you had the good grace to put The Boondock Saints, a shitty film that finally put Boston on the map, even though it was shot in Toronto, 1.5 star below an absolute fucking classic from the French New Wave in Cleo from 5 to 7. Good for you. Good for you for being able to recognize the cinematic importance of Cleo to 5 to 7 outstrips the movie that every dumbass in my high school quoted for fucking years. Good for you for realizing that the difference between both of those films is just a 0.5 star. Congratulations, you're doing good work. So what's going on here with the recent reviews? No popular reviews. Oh, why is that? Oh, because you have no followers. Aw. Poor baby. But even then, you should still be able to have some popular reviews. Certainly, if you're writing things that are witty and true, you could definitely get some popular reviews, but I guess that's not it. Hey, maybe we should look at the recent reviews and maybe try to figure out why that's not the case. Here's one for Casablanca. I am shocked to find gambling going on in here. You're winning, sir. Oh, thank you very much. Everybody out at once. This is, of course, a scene that happens in the film, or maybe it doesn't happen in the film and it just takes place in the Simpsons parody of it. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if every single film that you've logged on here has in fact been parodied on The Simpsons and you've never actually watched them yourselves, because we live in a postmodernist world that is, in fact, a hellhole. We also here have a 4.5 star review for There Will Be Blood. Kind of reminded me of The Shining with the sense of dread and paranoia. Also, the twins who say that they're going to kill you and the elevator full of blood. Very much like The Shining. I love the part in The Shining when Jack breaks through the door with his axe, looks at his wife and says, "I'm going to drink up your milkshake." Wonderful, wonderful moment in that classic film. So what's going on here with the list? Ooh, there's 2 of them. Let's see if I can use my divine cinephile magic and see what these lists are going to be. It's two possibilities. One of them is going to be my favorite films, and the other one is going to be Stanley Kubrick ranked. Let's see if I'm correct. Sloppy crime and favorite movies. 1 out of 2, baby. I did better than every single one of you. No doubt. So what does this mean? Sloppy crime. I don't know. I don't think I like that term very much. Sloppy crime. I like non-sloppy crime. So we got here Snatch, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Just right off the bat, it seems like this is a Guy Ritchie category and a Guy Ritchie category only. Oh wait, no, there's also Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, The Boondock Saints. I'm guessing that your version of sloppy crime is just like criminals being somewhat incompetent. That's sloppy for you. All right. I guess that probably also describes the way that you eat food, incompetently. Or sorry, sloppy. You're a sloppy eater. It's okay, though. I'm sure your mom still loves it when you kiss her on the mouth. So what do we got here as well? In Bruges, Love, Honor, and Obey. What the fuck is Love, Honor, and Obey? Never even heard of this movie. And apparently only 1.3 thousand people have actually seen it. Wait, it stars Johnny Lee Miller? That Johnny Lee Miller? That Johnny Lee Miller? When did this come out? Is that the same year as Dracula 2000? Why is that the thing that I go to when I think about Johnny Lee Miller in the year 2000? We also have Fargo, Bonnie and Clyde, Raising Arizona, Shallow Grave, a Danny Boyle film. Oh, that's in the Criterion Collection, isn't it? Yeah, I bet it is. I bet it is. And also A Simple Plan, a film directed by Sam Raimi that no one cares about because it does not contain the word dead in the title. So good for us. Good for us. We're doing great. We're having lots of fun with this profile. I wonder what the lowest is going to be. What is going to be the absolute worst movie of all time for Mr. or Mrs. AngelDollFace? Also, NB Dollface, AngelDollFace is also possible. Artemis Fowl, it appears, is the worst movie of all time. What if other people rated Artemis Fowl? Ooh, 1.3. This just makes me think that maybe you're a part of like some sort of review bombing scheme in order to get this movie the absolute worst ratings possible. Although, you know what? It is directed by Kenneth Branagh, so maybe you're onto something. We also have films like The Rise of Skywalker, good for you. But we are quickly getting out of the lower depths here. We are in to the 2 stars before the first line is even out. For those of you who weren't aware, the lower depths was a reference to an Akira Kurosawa film and a genre noir film. I'm real cool like that. I'm also a basic Criterion bitch myself, so don't at me about it. Thanks. Wait a second. Did you actually give The Color of Pomegranates 2.5 stars? At one point in time, this was a part of the Sight and Sound Top 100 list, considered one of the very best films ever made. There used to be a video on this channel about The Color of Pomegranates, talking about how it's a great example of how to make a formalist? No, I used it as a way to talk about realism versus formalism in filmmaking and how this is a great way of approaching the biopic because it's a different, more abstract way of approaching a biopic. Anyways, much better than a 2.5 star film, one of the best films ever made, and this is absolutely wrong. Seeing it right here tied with Silent Night, Deadly Night, and Christmas with the Cranks just makes me think of it as a Christmas movie, and I know that's wrong. I just know that that is wrong. And so, by transfer, by the transitive property, you are wrong. You're very wrong. Such a wrong person. We also have very wrong takes here, and I'm just saying that out loud as I search for things that are wrong because I know they're going to be here. Hey, wait a minute. Escape from New York at a 3.5 alongside Vampire's Kiss? Are you shitting me? A Nicolas Cage vampire movie and Escape from New York on the same level? You should be put in jail, probably. Escape from New York is great. Is great. And that's not even a film where I need to be a John Carpenter apologist. It just is really good. And I think maybe we'll flip it around. I think, what is this? Is there 15 pages of these? Yo, Angel, you are being too much of an angel with your ratings. How many 5 stars are we going to have? More than a page. All right. Barely more than a page. Oh, hey, look. It's Perfect Blue, a film that has a literal rape scene in it, to go along with the other film with a literal rape scene in it. Man, you sure like those movies with literal rape scenes in them. What other films have literal rape scenes in them that are in this top 5? Jeez Louise, or at least that you have given 5 stars to. Excuse me. Well, I'm not seeing any right off the bat, although I'm sure there's a lot of things that happen in American Psycho that we could consider that. Certainly a lot of non-consensual things going on in American Psycho. That's for sure. We also have films like... Wait a minute, you have Shining here twice. Making the Shining? This documentary from 1980 you gave 5 stars to? Directed and edited by Stanley Kubrick's daughter, Vivian Kubrick, this film offers a look behind the scenes during the making of The Shining. Wow, what a wild way for nepotism to just rear its ugly head. Although based on that first review, it seems like this documentary might actually show Kubrick being an absolute asshole during this film, which is probably something that more film bros need to see. Me among them. Shaolin Soccer. That's a fascinating pick for a 5 star. Never thought I'd see that put up along with the likes of The Third Man and The Maltese Falcon and The Red Shoes, or even The Shining. And now I am just mostly disappointed that I haven't had like a really awesome burp to go along with this roast. That's the thing that I'm most upset with myself right now. I think that's a terrible thing. I have promised it to you all. I am now trying to get those bubbles going, to activate them in my gut so I can deliver on the promise. But I can't. It's not there. I'm so sorry. You guys are just going to have to wait for another point in time when I can let out the epicest of burps ever on a live stream. Nothing will beat it. Nothing will ever beat it. Hey, you gave Dread 5 stars. That's wrong, but that's also pretty cool. Very wrong, but also very cool. I really like this movie. I do. It's really like a 3.5 star film, but man, if you ever had the chance to see this in 3D back when it was in theaters, it looks so beautiful. This film, if they still made 3D TVs and I was fucking rich, I probably would buy a separate 3D TV to put in like the 3D closet or something like that, just so I can watch this movie in particular in 3D. If you were to tell me right now that the Apple Goggles Pro, whatever the hell they're calling them, would allow me to watch Dread in proper 3D, which I'm pretty sure it can because it can just replicate 3D spaces, I would really consider buying that shit at like $3,500. So that's $3,500 American, which means in Canada it's closer to $1 million. So I don't know if it's worth $1 million, but like, this is what Apple should be doing. They should be letting everyone know that you can watch 2012's Dread in proper 3D on their little goggle headset, and that would be incredible. That would be incredible. And I, for one, would definitely line up to look at them in the Apple store. Not buy them, because who has $3,500? But if I was rich, oh boy, I would get up to no good. And by no good, I mean buying overpriced items from Apple all of the time. So, I think that's about all I've got for you, Angel Doll Face. I hope your angelic doll face hasn't been melted off, because of course, it's made out of plastic. So why don't I suggest a film for you to watch? And no, we're not going to do Angst, and we're not going to do Cannibal Holocaust. You don't need my help to turn into a freak. So why don't we try to find something here? It's a little bit cheery, a little bit cheerful. Actually, you know what? No, because your top 4 is mostly cheerful, except for, as I said, the film with the rape scene in it. So what else can we do here? What is serious but not traumatizing? Let's try to do that. Let's try to do a serious film that's not traumatizing and that is good. I saw a film on the last page that I can't recommend because I haven't seen it, but it's by a director who I would love to recommend more people to see, and maybe I'll do that in a minute anyways. Well, you know what? AngelDollFace, you've made my day, because not only do you have one Canadian film here with Drunken Birds, you have 2 films from Canada in a row, Psycho Gorman and Drunken Birds. Man, I remember when I recommended this film to my tattoo artist, it was like the happiest day in his life. Anyways, I'm going to recommend Drunken Birds. This is a dramatic film that will make you sad, but is also excellent. One of the best films I saw at TIFF in 2021, if not the best. Certainly the best Canadian film of that year. Probably still the best Canadian film of the decade so far. It is stunning. It's a stunning movie, and if you can find it, you should definitely watch it. So there is the film recommendation that you must follow through on. I will expect a full movie report in the Discord of this channel. You can find a link to that Discord in the description box below if you're not already a member. And hey, if you're not AngelDollFace, feel free to join up anyways. A lot of these great people who are in chat right now letting you know about all the cool things that are going on with movies and stuff, then you just want to keep chatting with them. I would want to. In fact, I do. Because they're in the Discord. That's the thing that I'm trying to get across here. The Discord is good. Therefore, you should go to it, because it'll make you better. And with that, the roast is over. Thank you so much, AngelDollFace, again, for your contribution. I appreciate it. And yeah, join the Discord. Join the Discord, y'all. Everyone should join the Discord. Join the Discord. Join the Discord. EQ Ethan showing up saying, what's up? Not much, just roasting people. Threads is cheery. Fuck you, Soviet Spider. I haven't seen it, but I know that's not right. I know that's incorrect. So don't even try it. Best Canadian film. Never heard that before. Are you wanting to get banned from this channel? Thanks for the rose. Gonna go make movies with literal rape scenes list. Oh God, no. That's not why I say those things. I haven't really been active in the Discord, but I've read a good amount lately, and it seems to be filled with great people. Yeah, the Discord's actually super great. And if you'll allow me a moment to just blow sunshine up of everyone's ass, one of the things that I have often been afraid of, especially when it comes to the way that the community continues to grow over time, is moderation. I am constantly concerned with moderation, right? Because this is the internet. And you would think that after a certain amount of time, given a certain amount of time, something bad would happen. Someone would say something stupid. There would be someone who would come in to the Discord and make trouble, be a jerk, say things that were completely inappropriate and offensive. And that Discord's been up for a while. And that shit just hasn't happened, right? And I am so impressed with every single person who is in that Discord. The way that you all conduct yourself with respect and just, you know, being cool is great. I love seeing it, and I think you should all give yourselves a round of applause for being dope-ass people who are not jerks. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm being completely serious. You guys blow me away on like a daily basis because there just is no animosity. There's no bullshit. There's no fucking weird shit going on. And I mean, I'm going to pat myself a little bit on the back by saying it's probably because I try to create a community where respect is at the forefront of everything. But yeah, it's just awesome to see, you know? And I like, as I'm saying this right now, I do kind of feel like that person who like points at the sign on the wall that says, hey, look, we haven't had an accident for 400 days in a row. Hope we don't have an accident soon. And then I just go away and fucking slip on a hammer and kill myself or something. But it's so good. It's so good to just be able to like log on to that Discord after like being away from like, you know, 12 hours, 14 hours or whatever. And everything's just chill. And it's always chill. There's lots of conversation going on, but it's just chill. It's so great. It's wonderful. Good for you, everyone. Is a Yumi in your Discord? I have no idea. I see tears. Yo, I don't cry, dude. This is just sweat. Like, I have tear ducts. I am capable of tears, but yeah, I don't really do that. I'm one of those emotionally closed off men who sees crying as a weakness. So I don't really do that. By the way, don't be like me. Be in touch with your emotions. Your life will be a lot better. TJ is one of the few YouTubers where everyone in the community is so wholesome. Yeah, I mean, hopefully it stays that way. But at the same time, as soon as the community's, like, if we ever experience explosive growth, I expect that to not be the case, and then I'll probably have to try to get moderators in. But even at the size that we're currently at, like, I am part of Discord servers where there are less people and there are actual mods. There are no mods in my Discord. I can't afford to pay anyone to do that, right? And so it's just good. It's just good. Yeah, when I join a community, I have to be on guard, wondering if my queerness will be invalidated. Thanks everyone for being cool. I mean, yeah, this is definitely, I mean, at least I hope it is, and I hope it continues to be a safe space for LGBTQ people. I fucking hate people who try to make the lives of LGBTQ people difficult or awful or terrible because of their own bigotry. And I want to keep those people the fuck out of here, which is one of the reasons why I'm so vocal about it. Because if I just keep saying over and over and over again, this is not a place for white supremacists and bigots and Nazis and things like this, I assume that the people who are even getting a whiff or even close to that side of the political spectrum just won't stick around because this is not the place for them. And they probably know that as soon as they speak up, they'll get banned, which is true. Not to say that I don't appreciate some civil discourse, even if it's about subjects that are a little bit touchy, but at the same time, if you come in with the attitude that like abortion should be illegal or gay people shouldn't get married, and the only thing you're bringing that discussion is like, because God said so, you're gone. You're out of here. You're done. Anyways, that was a big can of worms that I probably didn't need to open. Uh, but I still believe those things. Abortion should be legal, and fuck you if you think that women shouldn't have access to healthcare. Anyways, going back to the chat. TJ cries through cinema instead. It's the only way he physically can. It all makes sense now. I mean, even movies don't let me cry, but you're right. I let them cry for me. I just watched. I watched Interstellar last night, and I have no more cinema tears to cry. Matthew McConaughey and Anne Hathaway took care of that for me. Have I ever wanted to be a filmmaker? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed. Absolutely, yes, I have wanted to. And I still occasionally cling to that idea that maybe one day I'll write a script that's not a huge piece of shit. But in the end, the film industry is a very difficult industry to make a living in, especially as a screenwriter or a director. But I might end up one day doing it. Like, if I won the lottery, right? One of the things I would probably do is just self-finance, like, a $500,000 film or something like that. And just do it. You know, make it on a shoestring, try to do something cool, and just see if I have what it takes to do something like that. But as it stands, it's just like, it's hard. It's weird. We're at a point in history where making a film is the easiest it's ever been, but at the same time, you just gotta do it. And like, I'm at that point now in my life where I don't have that kind of reckless abandon that the youths have, and I just can usually figure out a way of talking myself out of even trying, because it is a large amount of effort, and it's a big time sink. What is your favorite Charlie Chaplin film? I was just watching more Modern Times. I was so bored. Seems like you're bored by everything, Esben. Seems like you're very bored by all cinema. My favorite Charlie Chaplin film, I don't know, probably Gold Rush, where he eats the shoe. It's more of a short, though. I haven't seen a lot of Chapman films, honestly. TJ, do you ever go through phases where you don't watch many movies? It does happen from time to time. It's happening to me right now, but I'm in no way less interested. I'm just devoting time to other things. Yeah. You know, we can't ignore the fact that film is a hobby or something that you love to do. It can be a time sink. Like, it's difficult to just sit down and say, like, all right, 2.5 hours is for this thing and not anything else. Let's go. You know, it can be difficult to find time for that. Usually for me in the past, when I wasn't, making content or whatever, usually the summer would be a time of less films in general. You go to a theater to see a blockbuster, but then otherwise you're, out with your friends, chilling in a park, doing outdoor stuff. Maybe that's more common in Canada because we don't get a lot of good weather here. We got to make the most of it while we can. But yeah, like, I've certainly gone through periods where I didn't watch a lot. I think in the early pandemic, like in 2020, as soon as the pandemic hit, I just lost all interest in films. I just didn't want to watch films at all. And, that came back. That came back eventually. But I was watching more television series and just random Netflix shit. Not every conservative or moderate is a bigot. It's awesome that if they are coming here, that means they put politics aside for the love of film. So to be clear, like, I don't think that every conservative or moderate is a bigot. I think it's perfectly capable, and I know people like this who are of the conservative political stance, and are not, they're not homophobic, they're not transphobic, they're just people who think that the economy should run in a certain way. The thing, though, is that oftentimes conservatives are represented by the absolute worst people possible, whether that be in terms of the media that is produced or the people that are elected. And that makes it a slightly more difficult thing to navigate, right? And that, I think, is where the conversation should come in. But once again, I'm not just assuming that conservatives are like racists and bigots and homophobes and transphobes. Yet for some reason they keep electing bigots, homophobes, transphobes, and things like this. So that's a thing that you can definitely have a conversation about. I want to get into being a filmmaker. I've written a couple of scripts for school theater. I have 13 ideas for movies. I mean, easiest thing to do, get your cell phone, figure out the idea that's like the easiest to pull off, and just do it, And even then, like, just try to figure out something new that you can add every time you do it, Just go out and make a movie with just the camera. And then next time you go and make a movie, try to include like lighting, or at least try to play with lighting or work with lighting in some way. And then you can figure out, how to block scenes and how to do the editing, and just kind of learn through your failures over and over and over again. Yeah, well, the access to making films increases makes it so more people can join, and more people makes it harder, so it balances out. Kind of. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Do Canadians accept Michigan into the group? What do you mean? Thinking about jumping into the Discord sometime soon. Is it all connected with Patreon? I'll give them all a look. Discord is not connected to Patreon at all. It used to be, but it's not anymore. So you can just go and join it. Like, there's no fee attached to it or anything like that. Oh man, I found a hidden gem in my area in the whole city. A small little rental place, one-man party who is just a whole film nerd with an insane collection. That's kind of cool. So many rare uncut films, and sometimes I go there just to talk film. Picked up an uncut copy of Doom Generation. Nice. I'm going to start writing a script that takes place in Toronto so I can get a TJ cameo. I'll do it. I will Alfred Hitchcock my way into anyone's film. I'll even have a speaking line. I don't care. I'm a good actor, actually. I'm applying for FSU for their film program. Nice. And I mean, yeah, the more mistakes and the more you can learn before you get to film school, the easier your time there is going to be. Although I'm not aware of FSU's film program. LMOE has an uncut copy of a Serbian film. Ooh. Maybe let people know where you're going when you go hang out with this guy. Maybe just give people a heads up that you're going to be in a place where someone has an uncut copy of that film. And Rocco can be in the film too. I don't know. Rocco's a little camera shy. Although if you do join the Discord, I do post photos of Rocco in there. So if you're not in there yet, you know why. Gonna have you cameo just so you can plug your YouTube channel? No, I'm not gonna do that. Barry Jenkins went to FSU. Oh, sick. Starting film school in the fall, any advice? All right, so depending on the film school that you're going to, if you're going to say like a college technical school, maybe a 2-year program, that kind of stuff. And I guess this is also true of like more university programs where you might be there for 3 or 4 years. The main thing that you should be doing there is building up a network of people who love making movies and will help you make your movie, right? The big benefit of going to a film school is that they should have all of the gear on hand for you to use. So you can start learning how to use like professional level lenses, cameras, editing equipment, lighting kits especially, and how to do that. Like all that is great. But what you really need to come out of film school with is a network of people that you can call up and say, hey, I've got a script. Who's got a free weekend? Let's make this fucking thing. Because as soon as you have that will allow you to make your own stuff, and it will also help you build out your own professional network, because people who you make films with will probably start getting gigs on other bigger projects, maybe commercials, maybe TV shows, maybe indie films, indie budget films, things like this. And they will reference you. They will be a reference for you. So if you want to just work in the film industry, continue working in the film industry, that's the thing that you should be doing at film school, is building your network of people. Beyond that, take as much advantage as you can of the equipment that they provide you, because you are going, I assume, to be able to rent all of that stuff for free. Like, it's just there for you to use. As soon as you leave film school, you are probably going to have to start paying for stuff, like going to equipment houses, renting from there, renting really good cameras, lenses, etc. So try to make as much use of the free stuff as you possibly can, because as soon as you leave school, it's not free and it suddenly gets expensive, like pretty expensive. So yeah, build your network and just use what's available as much as possible. Just don't stop making movies, even if it's not for like projects or whatever. Like, take out a camera, go film some random shit on a weekend. Like, just go to a park and like film people from far away. Don't be creepy about it. Don't film any kids. Like, don't do shit like that. But just start experimenting with things. You know, try to see how the way that you can form an image, the way that you can frame an image, how that can play together with different things that you can edit. And even if it doesn't make any sense, even if there's no story, even if there's nothing going on and it's not going to go to a gallery, it's just for you, you can probably actually find some pretty interesting things when you just take a whole bunch of random shots, grab a piece of music, and then see how they fit together, if they do at all, or how you can make them fit together. So do shit like that. Play around, mess around with stuff. Do that as much as possible. You'll get better at the gear. You'll get a better eye for shooting. You'll start to understand the relationship between shooting and editing on a much more instinctual level, which is good. And it'll help you in the future. So yeah, build your network. Use the shit as much as possible. As a Walter White to Heisenberg transformation for a young politician over the span of 20 years, a good movie idea? I mean, sure. You know? I guess another way of thinking about it, about a question like that, is like, what's the dumbest idea that you've ever seen in a film where the film still worked? And why did the film work? Was it because the story was stupid? Or was it that someone like did it in a way that was interesting? Right? So, I mean, any story is a good story if you present it properly when it comes to film, I think. The most boring movie I've ever seen? Probably something that I made. I don't really know. I don't really know anything about, boring movies. I can't think of one off the top of my head, unfortunately. But you know what I can think of? The reason why we're all here, which is roasting. And now I'm going to roast Antonio, who felt the need to put a lot of spaces in their name. Why? I don't know, but it seems stupid to me. And this person thinks school be mad stressful 100%, so I guess this is actually just an 8-year-old who is smoking marijuana. Ooh, there was that good burp I was promising before. I should have let it out of my mouth instead of trying to stifle it. I'm so very sorry, everyone. But yeah, this person, this 8-year-old child, damn, school is mad stressful. Ah, darn. Ah, gee shucks. Hey, look at this literal 8-year-old with films like Beau Travail, Mulholland Drive, A Brighter Summer Day, and In the Mood for Love in their top 4. So not only are they a basic Criterion bitch, but they're also an 8-year-old child. Weird. Oh, and would you look at that in the bio? It says it right there. They're beating me to the punch. Basic Criterion Channel taste. Oh, I guess Antonio is a fan of the channel. Probably seen this shit before. Everyone just loves outing themselves as a basic Criterion bitch. And I don't know why, because I do not mean it as a term of endearment. It means that you cannot or are incapable of exploring film history without the aid of a literal collection of films that is just shown to you and you are told that they're the best films ever, when in actual fact, most of them are not. So maybe, just maybe, try to think for yourself sometimes, Antonio. I almost called you Antonioni there, but you are not worthy of that title. So what do we got going on in the rest of this? Well, there's not much. Honestly, there is no popular reviews. There are no recent reviews. We do have recent activity, though. What have you been watching? Antonio, Sucker Punch, a Zack Snyder film. What are you doing? We also have Kafka, which is a film that stars, what's his name? Jeremy Irons. I almost got there myself. Oh, and this is a Steven Soderbergh film. So you gave this, what, a 3-star? Interesting. I haven't seen it, but Steven Soderbergh is pretty good, so I have to imagine that this is incorrect. The Chorus. The Chorus, a 5-star film. This is a film directed by Christoph Bear. Oh no, my mouse is about to die. Uh-oh. This roast must be paused while I plug my mouse in. Can't have a mouse dying in the middle of a roast. Oh, now this mouse is in a very awkward position. Sweet. I love this. I love this for me. Now I have to sit in a particular way and keep my hand over here in a really weird way, because that's the only way this can work. Hurrah! Should probably get a longer cable for the mouse when I need it. Set in 1940s France, a new teacher out of school for disruptive boys gives hope and inspiration. It's a very interesting thing about the description for this film. Set in 1940s France. I kind of wish that they were a bit more specific, because the first half of the 1940s in France was very different from the last half of the decade of the 1940s in France. And I think that telling me which side of the line this film takes place in would tell me a little bit more about what's going on in this film. I guess by the fact that there are actual teachers at a school instead of sending these disruptive boys off to war tells me that it's the latter half of the 1940s. So maybe that's the clue in and of itself. Also, you gave Shooter 2.5 stars. What is this Mark Wahlberg-ass piece of shit? Shooter, directed by the guy who also did Training Day and has literally never directed a good film since then. Yeah, I said it. I know that people like him, but most of his films are not good. So, what do we got here? Ooh, one list. Could it possibly be Quentin Tarantino ranked? Let's find out. Oh, it's just all the films you've given 5 stars to, which we're just going to look at anyways, Antonio, when we look at your film. So how about we do that instead? Is that okay with you? Does that mean with your approval? I bet it doesn't, but I don't care. And here we go. More evidence of the basic criterion, bitch. Just real normie shit when it comes to the half star. Emoji Movie, Death Note, 365 Days, Dragon Ball Evolution. I feel like I'm just repeating myself all of the time. I'm half expecting to just randomly see Salo in here, but I guess you're too much of a basic criterion bitch for that. Twilight, He's All That, The Package, I'm Not Ashamed, Marmaduke, Karen. You watched the Karen movie? Oh, why did you do that? Why? Why did you do that? Oh, even just look at this. Like, just seeing like some goddamn white woman washing out a Black Lives Matter thing in the thing up here. Like, why would you want to watch this movie? I understand that it's probably meant to be like a satire or like taking the piss out of people who are shitty, but still, don't like that. We also got such great cinematic masterpieces. Hey, wait a minute. You just did a bunch of rock movies in a row here at 1 star. Baywatch, Red Notice, Rampage. What do you got against Dwayne The Rock Johnson? Oh, wait, I see people in the chat being Karen movie. What's this? So this is a horror movie that someone made really quickly because they probably saw like a Karen hashtag on TikTok or saw all of these people referring to like crazy white women as Karens and was like, oh, we should turn that into a horror movie. And so they did. I highly recommend going and watching the trailer for this film because it's one of those beautiful, beautiful films that as soon as you watch the trailer, you know that it's a dumpster fire because it's extremely difficult to tell if the trailer is just like a not very good SNL digital short or an actual movie that is awful, right? That's how you know. That's how you know it's bad. And I think that's all I want to say about that. Yeah, because we're just getting shit like Movie 43, some random Dragon Ball Z movie that no one's seen, AVP Requiem, The Shitty Mummy with Tom Cruise, Trapped Model, I don't even know what that is, Purple Hearts, yeah, fuck it. It's just normie shit. So obviously now we're going to move on to the things that have all gotten 5 stars, and I wonder how many of them are Criterion films. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27 going once, 27 going twice. Oh, just 27, which I think means more than half of the 5 stars are Criterion films. So I am fine with calling this person a basic Criterion bitch. But what is wrong here? Is there anything wrong here about these 5 stars? Can you guys spot it? I've already spotted it. Can you spot it? I've already spotted it. Let's see what you got for me. Let's see how good you guys are at picking this shit out. All right, I'm not going to wait any longer. It's The Jungle Book, the original Jungle Book. No, that is not a 5-star film. That is from a point in Disney's history when they were not doing great things anymore. Jungle Book shouldn't be there. Also, Bambi to 5-star. I don't like seeing animals get shot, so automatically not a 5-star film. Also, it's just like dumb Disney animation that they managed to brainwash an entire generation into thinking that it was actually good because they just kept shoving it down our throats every time a Disney commercial came on. Like, get that out of here. There's way better Disney films. Fuck that garbage. Aside from that, oh, actually, I mean, just continuing on with the Disney thing now, because now I'm mad about it. You got Aladdin here at 4.5 stars. Aladdin easily clears both of these films. Easily. Come on, Antonio. How can you have such horrible taste in Disney films? You are making the cat very upset, right, Rocco? Yeah, he just didn't move, which means he is a cat. And I think that's about all we got to say here, right? Although I highly doubt that this person actually thinks that the end of Evangelion is 4.5 stars, because they don't know what the hell happened in it. No one knows what the hell happens in this movie. Why have so many people given this 5 stars? I don't understand. Go ahead. Tell me what happens in End of Evangelion. It's also not even a movie. I will remind everyone of that. So there we go. I've said my piece on End of Evangelion again, and I will continue to do so until everyone admits that I'm right. But I think that's about all we're going to do for Antonio. I think that's all Antonio needs. So why don't we just get out of here, get back to this beautiful, lovely face so I can take my hand off this stupid mouse, which feels weird to me now. So what's going on here? Karen movie? Oh, yeah. Knox, you've actually seen Karen? Oh, God. I watched the entire movie on TikTok. It's peak comedy. Interesting. I written a creepypasta about a bunch of Karens. Is it called, hold on, is it called The Stepford Wives? I actually want everyone to watch Karen. Really? Really, though? The Incredible Hulk is God? I mean, he probably would be confused as one. Does he like anything just fun? Probably not. It's good to see Purple Hearts with the appropriate rating. Oh, right. Most of those 5 stars are your top 96. I mean, it's not my top 96. It's the community's top 96. Monster anime is fire. Knox, you got a lot of very rosy feelings about that person, but I roasted them, so how could that be? Perfect Blue is not a 5. Yeah, it's like a 4 or 4.5. Bambi scarred me as a kid. Why? Did you get too close to the hoops? Bambi is alright. Jungle Book 1967 is great. No. Aladdin would be ranked higher if they shot a boo. Oh, going to the whole shooting the animal thing. Right. I see what you did there. Did you hear about the supposed infrared action film directed by Harmony Korine starring Travis Scott? What? Wait. Am I reading this right? I just said, yeah, infrared. No, I have not seen or heard anything about a Harmony Korine action film starring Travis Scott, infrared or otherwise. I have not read my own creepypasta in 3 years. Well, it's probably pretty soggy by now. You might want to change the water. It's an A24 film. Really? What? All right, hold on. I need to investigate this a little bit more. So let's just get ourselves over to the Letterboxd, of course. Harmony Korine. Probably spelled that incorrectly. Oh, no, got it right. Have you heard of the film Trump versus the Illuminati? I mean, that just sounds like the biggest piece of shit ever. Who would want to watch that? I guess it depends on who's directing it. Is it Steven Spielberg? That'd probably be fun. No, release date, you fucker. Newest first. So this is what's going on in Harmony Korine's life right now. Look at that. Look at that face. So is this it? Is it called Utopia? A film written by Travis Scott for A24 that will align with his upcoming album of the same name. Is this what you guys are talking about? Utopia by Harmony Korine? Yeah, I bet 20 people have seen it. Bullshit. Yeah, I'm calling bullshit. Let's see what Lyle had to say about it. McDonald's guy. Oh. Okay. I'm uninterested already. Is that because Ayumi's not interested in it? A24 responsible for some of the best movies of today and also some of the worst too. I mean, that's true of any film distributor, but I think A24 needs some props for, you know, actually trying some stuff out and kind of fundamentally changing the way that films are distributed and how indie films are distributed these days. That's a cool thing, right? That's a cool thing that they did. Hey, did anyone hear that Disney's probably going to get bought by Apple? That's been popping up in the news feeds the last couple of days. Dan coming in with the harmony and the donkey thing, which of course means Julian Donkey Boy. Yeah, I know. I don't like Travis Scott, but love Harmony Korine. Yeah, it'll be interesting. A24 is like a film family. I mean, kinda. Hey, Jalen Washington is here saying, "What's up, good people?" Hello, Jalen. First time I think I've ever seen you in the chat. How are you doing? Oh, Harmony the Goat. Harmony the Goat, not Harmony Julian Donkey Boy Korine. There's a movie that will fuck with you. That will fuck you up. Julian Donkey Boy. Yep. In fact, you can probably see a poster of it here. That's not a poster that really encapsulates how messy that film is. Sorry, not messy, but like, that will mess you up. Also, has anyone been doing any activity? Who's been signing up for the roasting so far? My ACC sucks, do me. The hell? Someone just coming in here talking about their ACC, their air conditioning. Oh, your account sucks. Gotcha. Werner also Julian Donkey Boy. I mean, he is in Julian Donkey Boy, Werner Herzog. I want to make my first 4 movies with A24. That's difficult to do. That's a difficult thing to do. I guess it's a good thing to strive for, but like, don't turn down money if someone gives you money to make your first film. And in fact, honestly, you should be making your first money for free, so don't worry about it. Oh, interesting. I'm just looking at the profile that's going to come next, and they're doing all the roasting for me already. Eli, why are you so happy? Why are you using those Lupita Nyong'o emotes that only channel members can use? Check the join button down below if you want to use those cool emojis. There's 2 levels. One of the levels gets a special live stream every month and uncensored videos when I post them, because I think the YouTube algorithm would like it more if I didn't swear so much in my videos, so we're trying that out and seeing how that goes. To be fair, the A24 label gives indie films a more mainstream audience, so that's cool. In certain cases, it kind of depends on how much A24 wants to push them. Like, I'm sure we could look at like A24's recent releases, and like, I bet all of us here would see films that like we didn't know they even put out. You know, obviously Past Lives is like the big one that's going right now. Wait, no, yeah, films. It's a fun experiment. Let's try this. I don't want coming soon. I want stuff that's out. Okay, here we go. So, obviously, we've heard of Past Lives. Who here has ever heard of the film Earth Mama? Or how about Showing Up? Or how about You Hurt My Feelings? How about Sharper? That's one that I didn't even know about. Is that like an Apple TV film or something like that? When You Finish Saving the World. I heard of that one. The Inspection, actually, wait. Stars at Noon. Don't know what that is. Oh, it's a Margot Qualley film. Probably should have checked that out. God's Creatures. Nope, don't know that one. Actually, a lot of these I did see. So I think I'm probably just being an idiot. The Humans. Didn't watch that. Don't know what that is. I did see Val and Zola. False Positive. Who knows about that movie? I know nothing about it. Saint Maud, there's a film that I bet not a lot of people have seen or know about. Boys State, that was a documentary. So obviously no one has seen it for that very reason. My point here is that just because it's on A24 doesn't mean that everyone's going to know about it and everyone's going to show up for it, you know? Even films like Internal Daughter, like that's a film I saw at TIFF, and it got like an almost nothing release when it went out wide. In fact, it didn't go out wide. So, yeah. A24 certainly like helps spotlight films, but at the same time, if you're an indie film that they put no or very little emphasis behind, like you're not going to hear about it. You're not going to know about it. It's not like every single thing they put out is like a sudden lightning rod, you know? Hey, what's up? I just got here. Well, we've been roasting people, obviously. Where have you been? I'm very disappointed in you. Just kidding. Boys State is accurate as someone who went to Boys State in Florida. Is that a good or a bad thing? I really enjoyed The Eternal Daughter. Yeah, it's good. When you finish Saving the World is cringe, but a great film for me, a Gen Z boy watching with my mom. Fair enough. Past Lives is awesome. You Hurt My Feelings is great. Sharper is pretty good. Cool recommendations. Showing Up is good. I have seen that one. In fact, I've seen a lot of those A24 movies. They always come through Toronto. I mean, first professional films, don't they give contracts if you make a hit film like other studios? It depends. Like, you very easily could make like an indie film by yourself or with just like a few people, get into a festival like South by Southwest or Sundance, which I mean, it's hard to do that. But you could get into a festival or one of those types of festival, and then A24 might like buy the distribution rights from you. And then after that, you could probably go to them and say, "Hey, I've got this great idea for my next film. Can you front me some money, and we'll get it done." And then that's how you basically start working with them. But that's true of like anyone, you know. If you were to take a film to Sundance and Apple buys it for Apple TV, odds are you're going to be able to go to them and say, "Hey, give me some money and I'll make another one." And they'll be like, "All right, we have a bunch of that." I didn't even know they released Eternal Daughter. I think it depends on where you live. I think they did Eternal Daughter in North America. I don't know if they had the rights for it overseas or not. Great thing. Boys State was one of the best experiences of my life. Cool. All right. Ooh, I'm going to yawn here for a second. Why? Oh, it's probably because I've been watching too many Christopher Nolan films. Oh, excuse me. Always feels weird when I don't talk on a live stream. It's just people watching me like drink water. What's up with that? And if you like watching me drink water, throw a like on the video or live stream, whatever you want to call it. You know what I do want to call this, though? A roast. A roast of C4PDE, which sounds suspiciously like an explosive and a pill that you shouldn't take. So pick which one is the worst thing to you, and that's what we're going to do. And wouldn't you know it, we're dealing with a real cool cat. The coolest kitty who's ever existed, except we know that this is bullshit. I see you trying to make this image look even worse to hide this Photoshop job, but we know that they don't make sunglasses this big for little kitties. Of course, as a cat owner myself, I have looked for sunglasses this size. They don't exist. Stop lying to everyone. And it looks like this is an interesting person, mostly due to the bio. Apparently, this is a dude from Spain. Hey, guess what, everyone? This is Spanish. C4PDE. That's Spanish for something. And they review in English, "Yeah, I'm a fucking traitor." Well, you said it, so now I don't have to. And it looks like this person is also saying, "Fuck Criterion." So definitely an anti-basic Criterion bitch. But also, fuck anime. And they're doing so much fucking from the looks of it that they are also inside your mom. Not mine, but your. So if you have any complaints about this Spanish person having sex with your mom, you know where to address your complaints. Oh, and they also have a YouTube profile. It's gotta be something stupid. I'm not gonna check it. We're not getting rickrolled during a roast. That is inappropriate. And now, of course, because this person has said fuck Criterion, I just want to point out every single film that they watch that's in the Criterion Collection that they have given a good rating for. So I think that's something I'm going to try to do as we go on. But I can't do that with their favorite films because none of these films are in the Criterion Collection. And guess what? They're also not anime. We've got Once Upon a Time in America, The Sting, The Deer Hunter, and Le Dolos, which I have no idea what that is. Apparently, he's got no words, except for the words "got no words," which are, in fact, some words. This is a 1962 film by Melville, who is a French director of some note. Apparently, this film is raw, shocking, and savage. I'm sure those are the exact same words this person would use to describe every time he has sex with your mother. So this film is an enigmatic gangster about Celine, may or may not be responsible for informing on Fagel, who was just released from prison and is already involved in what should be a simple heist. By the end of this brutal, twisting, and multi-layered policer, who will be left to trust? Oh, so it's just a Christopher Nolan film. Bang! Got him. Roasted him by just maiming someone else. Maiming someone else? Naming someone else. Kind of weird how in the English language, maim and name are so close together. Wonder what's up with that. So we also have definitely not violent films like The Deer Hunter and The Sting. What is up with this guy in cop films, actually? Cop gangster films. I wonder if they think they're way cooler than they are. Like, they thought they could get some personality from films like Goodfellas and The Godfather and then thought to themselves, no, that's too obvious. I gotta let people know that I'm into the good cop mafia stuff. The stuff that you don't even know, the obscure stuff. Obviously, Once Upon a Time in America is not an obscure film. It's directed by Sergio Leone, one of the all-time great directors. And The Sting, I think, is probably also made by someone fairly competent, George Roy Hill. I'm just going to check to see if this is true by seeing other films that they have directed. And wouldn't you know it, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. So I guess we can confirm that this guy knows what's going on. But yeah. I guess all I really wanted to say is that this person's into violent cop movies, and that's a weird thing to idolize. Yep, that's the roasting. Not all of it, though, because we're not done yet. Because you have some recent activity here, including not writing a review for Identity, writing a review for Kiss Kiss Bang, not writing a review for Phantom Thread, but writing a review for this film called Symbol from 2009, in which you say pure cinema, cigarette smoke, and Easter Island head emoji. That's a weird thing to say about a 3-star film. How could it be pure cinema and only 3 stars? Are you not a fan of pure cinema? Is that what you're saying here? Is this meant to be an ironic review of sorts? One would certainly hope not, because that would make you a bitch. Not a basic criterion bitch, we've already been over that, but still a bitch. Recent review for Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Yes, they kiss and bang each other. Wow! So insightful. I'm so happy that I have now read your review about Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. A review that just lets me know that they kiss and bang each other. It's always good to know when there's some lovely things going on in a film. When people can actually connect with one another in a film. That's great. That's great. Also, popular reviews. Swept away. 1 like. That is the kind of popularity that we're dealing with here, folks. Someone who has 22 followers getting 1 like. This is the kind of trash that we are trying to sift through. And this review is for Swept Away, a film from 2002, which I don't think I've seen, but also maybe I've seen it because there was a lot of bad movies coming out when I was a teenager, and this could just have been one of them. And apparently, Mr. Cat Sunglasses here needs a new pair of eyes. Maybe that would stop him from having sex with all of your mothers. Man, was that just an insult of your mothers or his eyesight? Or both? Ooh, man, I'm on a roll. But what is this movie, Swept Away? It's a Guy Ritchie film that stars Madonna. Oh, I remember this movie. I've never seen it, but I remember it coming out and it getting absolutely shit on. I do remember this. Wow. Never in my life did I think this movie would ever come back up. This is the worst. This was so bad. What was Guy thinking? Those Emma and enemies to lovers' dark romance. Oh, geez Louise. And apparently 6,000 poor souls have actually watched this film. And 3 people have it in their top 4. Oh, we gotta look at that. We got Neil, Jehovah's Fitness. All right, for the pun, we're gonna look at this guy. So his favorite films are Swept Away, True Story, Miami Connection, and Buck and the Preacher. What is Buck and the Preacher? A Sidney Poitier film where he directs himself. The fight was against the Raiders, but the feud was between themselves. A wagon master and a conman preacher help freed slaves dogged by cheap labor agents out west. Huh. Okay. Ooh, Harry Belafonte's in the film as well. So I don't even know what to make of that 4 favorites, but this person isn't getting roasted. Wait, what is this? Yo, is that Pete Davidson? No. No, it's not. Congratulations, everyone. We solved a mystery together. Anywho, Anywho, I guess we should take a look at this person's list if they actually have any. 16! 16 whole list. Well, finally, we will be able to accurately predict that there is a Tarantino and a Nolan rank list. Probably a Star Wars list, too. Let's see. Top 10. Ooh, the top 10 has Taxi Driver in it. Paul Dano's beat-ups ranked. That's kind of a great list, actually. Mafias and gangsters, crime thrillers. Oh, Scorsese, Fincher, Tarantino. Ah, I told you. Nolan. Ah, I told you. Got him. Got him. Got him. Oh, I should have said Kubrick ranked as well. Anyways, what was that list where Paul Dano gets beat up? That's kind of hilarious. Paul Dano's beat-ups ranked. Prisoners, There Will Be Blood, 12 Years a Slave, The Good Heart, Gigantic, Oakjaw, and Cowboys and Aliens. I don't really remember him getting beat up in Oakjaw, but I'm not going to say that that's wrong. Like, I'm pretty sure he does get beat up in that movie. But yeah, his getting beaten up in Prisoners and There Will Be Blood are definitely the best times he's ever been beaten up. Especially in There Will Be Blood, when I think at the very end he takes like a literal bowling pin to the head. And it's not because someone threw him down an alley, although actually he did get thrown down an alley, and then he got beat up. Yeah, that movie ends in a pretty bleak place. Shall we look at the top 10 and make fun of it? Oh, look. Oh, look. It's a whole bunch of movies that let me know that this guy just hates movies with women in them. Just hates it. In fact, out of all of these, I really can only think of like Claudia Cardinal, who's in this film, and apparently gets top billing, which is wild. Oh man, was she pretty. Man, oh man. Oh, she was an 8.5. I should probably watch 8.5 for that reason alone. Is she? Oh, she's like one of the main people in that. Oh shit. Oh shit. Also, for those of you, for the person who said that Once Upon a Time in the West was super boring, no, it's not, because she's in it. Look at that absolute beautiful woman. Great actress, too. Great actress, too. Anyways, shall we move on to the films? Shall we? Shall we move on to the films? Let's see. If this person, like, hates Criterion and hates anime, does that mean they watch it and rank it, like, real fucking low? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm not seeing any Criterion, or really anime films, but I am seeing Turning Red at half star. What bullshit. Green Lantern half star, sure. Swept Away, Dragon Ball Evolution, Warner Brothers, Psycho Remake, Attack of the Clones, Grown Ups, yeah. Basic distribution, normie shit, real normie stuff. The Garfield movie, Cats, look at that. 3 cat movies all in a row. Twilight movie, Last Airbender, the holiday special for Star Wars, Batman and Robin. Nothing to see here, folks. Everything here is exactly what you would expect it to be. Ooh, also a porno film. Yo, you can do Edward Penis Hands on Letterboxd? Are they adding more pornographic films to this site? Is that a thing that they're trying to get to, where you can actually have like just an entire account that's just like all the pornos you watch? Like, is Debbie Does Dallas on here too? That would be interesting. Yeah, someone in the chat pointed this out. Amelie is here with a half star, and that's not just one you expect to see with a half star. I mean, this person did also direct Alien Resurrection, but we're not going to hold that against them. Because in actual fact, they are quite an interesting and fun director. So Amelie down here with a half star is suspect. It's suspicious. And you should never be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious, as the TikTok goes. What the fuck? Why are you watching a movie called The Cockfighter? Wait, are those actual birds? What? Wait, this is the actual page of the film? There's nothing here. Only 2 people have watched this. What the fuck is going on? I've never seen this before. I have never seen a film with this few watches. If I were to rate this film right now, I would be 1/3 of the total world population who has seen this movie. What? Who is this director? Has he done other stuff? I'm guessing Cockfighter is not his most popular work. The Sword, Goddess of Mercy, Journey to the West, Bold Demon King, Cute Bodyguard. 16 people have seen it. Oh, wait. Are these Chinese films that are on maybe people in China don't have access to Letterboxd, and that's why. Wait, why are these movies so short? Why is this one so long? Okay, wait, this is obviously a series. This is obviously a series. I just don't know what's going on here. One person watches this stuff. How is this possible? What is this? I need someone to explain to me how this can happen. I thought Letterboxd might have been one of those sites that was actually available in China, but maybe it isn't. And that's why some of those Chinese films are not being seen. But then how is this person seeing them? Like, this dude's in Spain. How is he getting a hold of, like, Chinese films that only 2 people have seen? That doesn't seem possible to me. Also seems like a lot of work to be putting into watching films for someone who doesn't give a shit about anime and Criterion, you know what I mean? Alright, let's do our best to pick out Criterion films from the very top here. And I already see one with La Samurai. This Melville one is also in the Criterion Collection. I probably should have mentioned it right from the beginning. Also, pretty sure Network is. Pretty sure Chinatown has been, although maybe not. Vertigo definitely is. What else? God, there's more Criterion films here. I know it. I can sense it. I can't remember if Rear Window or not has gotten the treatment. A lot of Hitchcock has, but I don't know if that Hitchcock has. There's got to be more here. There's no way this person is that much of, like, a Criterion hater. Although it seems like they're doing a really good job of keeping Criterion out. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I think Zodiac is in the Criterion Collection. I think it is. Raging Bull is. So there's only like 4. You know what? Not doing bad with being a Criterion hater, and there's certainly no anime here. So at least they're following through with their dumb bullshit. That's good. That's good for them. It's dumb bullshit for sure. As much as we make fun of people for being basic Criterion bitches, that also doesn't mean that you should just, like, not watch Criterion films. There are good movies there. And just saying fuck Criterion is a stupid thing. But then again, what can you expect from someone who is also inside your mom? Obviously they have bad taste. Ayo! Nothing like roasting the moms while we're roasting some random person. Hell yeah. I think that's all we're gonna do for that person. Ooh. This is a person that I think I've roasted before, but I'm not sure. Oh, wait, yeah, no, I've definitely roasted this person. And it wasn't that long ago, so I'm actually going to skip them. Who was it? You'll never know. It's hard to review porn. It's like pop punk. The writing and technical parts are bad, but if they give the emotions, it ends, then it's good. That's the most weird metaphor I've ever heard. Allegory? That's the weirdest allegory I've ever heard. For one thing, there are a lot of pop punk bands who know exactly what the hell that they're doing, and they are actually technically proficient. I would point you towards the Wonder Years as an example. Also, films like Set Your Goals, their first record, Mutiny, very good pop punk record. And there is that other band that kind of do a thrash metal version of pop punk. What is their name? All I can hear right now in my head is Set Your Goals songs from that first record. God, that was a banger. I'm going to listen to that record later. 4 Years Strong. They have a couple of records where it's like obviously pop punk, but also they're just doing ripping solos. So they're really good. So I don't like this pop punk blasphemy going on in the chat. I will not have it. I will not have it at all. Scary Movie and Grown Ups 1 are funny. Yeah, the first Scary Movie is. I don't know if they had the first Scary Movie, though. I thought it was like Scary Movie 5 when I saw it. There's plenty of porn on Letterboxd. Thanks for letting me know, Spaghetti. It's actually kind of a funny name to be commenting on pornography with, right? Because, like, spaghetti is a wet noodle. And that's not something you like seeing in pornography, right? Just fun. Just a fun observation. 8.5 is my favorite Fellini film out of the 6 I've seen. See, this is where I'm bad at film. I've only ever seen one Fellini film, and I definitely need to see more. Ironically, the Riddler did not get beat up by Batman. Oh, that's true, actually. Huh. I saw a profile dedicated to XXX stuff, and there's a lot? Really? I wonder if that person's actually watching all of that. You can totally review 70s porn, which is more like film, versus 80s straight to video crap. 70s porn is very much reviewed like film now. Oh, interesting. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Because now I'm just thinking of like, Letterboxd being a website that has stuff like, you know, naked college girls 57 available on there to like review. And it's like, I gotta believe that their servers would just crash by adding in that much extra data, right? Like, there's no way. There's no way. Do I have a vinyl collection? I used to. I used to have a vinyl collection. I don't anymore. I was living in a small apartment in Toronto, and then I was moving to an even smaller apartment in Toronto, and I got rid of a lot of my physical media, except for a few of my books, because I just didn't want to move around a bunch of DVDs and Blu-rays anymore, especially ones that I wasn't watching. And I didn't want to cart around a bunch of records with me either, because I was more like just buying them occasionally and not listening to them that much. So yeah, I did have a record collection, probably a couple of hundred records in it at its height, but it's gone now. It's gone. I do occasionally miss it though. I often think to myself that if I were to win the lottery and go buy just like a real ass house somewhere, the living room of this house would have no television in it. It would just be a couple of couches, a couple of chairs, and a record player, so people could just chill and listen to music and like read and just hang out. It would be like the hangout spot, which is a weird thing because I would probably not have people over that often, but I guess it would be for me and Rocco. We would hang out there and listen to records. And then there would be a separate theater room, because of course there would be. You got to control that audio, you know? And also this would need to be like a fully detached house, which is hard to get in Toronto. So I'd probably be moving out of the city. But yeah, I'd buy like a 4-bedroom place, one of the bedrooms or the basement maybe, if the basement's no, you know what? One of the bedrooms becomes a theater room. The basement, I would put a pool table down there. Also install a wet bar and a TV so I could have friends over to watch like sports and stuff while playing pool and having a couple of drinks. That would be really sick. There would be the theater room in one of the bedrooms, then I'd have my master bedroom, 2 guest rooms. One of those guest rooms would double as an office, and there'd be a dope ass kitchen, probably with an island that you could sit at, a little breakfast nook. That would be fun. And like a small dining room. I don't need a big dining room, you know. Probably would only ever seat like 6 people at a table, maybe 8 at the holidays or something like that. It'd also be nice to have that for like a game table though too, for playing like board games and maybe tabletop RPGs. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. And there'd be movie posters all over the place. That is what TJ's house would look like. Instead, I just have a tiny little condo in Toronto. Sean Baker logs some porn on Letterboxd. Really? Nice. A porn parody of Everything Everywhere All at Once wouldn't even need to change the title. I mean, from a legal standpoint, yes, they would. Because that's how you get sued. That's how you absolutely get sued. So they would have to change it, yes. Although you're right, they wouldn't have to change it very much. I have not watched porn in a year after I found Jesus, but porn is bad filmmaking and bad acting. I collect vinyl records of classic rock. Cool. All my friends call me Boomer because of your classic rock records, or because you are in fact a boomer? Rocco needs to have his own room. He likely would be in... I mean, he wouldn't have his own room. See, the thing with Rocco that you guys maybe not... you maybe don't know a lot about is that he will eat cables if he is the slightest bit hungry. And if you know anything about cats, they are often hungry. So if he's like looking to munch on something, he will chew the shit out of cables, which is why like my little setup in here has a door that goes in front of it so he can't chew any of my computer cables. The TV is set up in such a certain way so that he can't get behind it and chew the cables back there. And then in the rest of my apartment, you really don't have cables out anywhere because he will just chew them, right? So if he were to have his own room, it couldn't be like a combination room with anything except for like one of the bedrooms, I guess. The guest bedroom. So I guess that can be Rocco's room. And anytime I had guests, I would have to just change. I'd have to wash all of the coverings on the bed, because you know You know he'd be sleeping in there all the time. Movie posters are a must. I need more myself. Yeah, you got to present them well, right? I'm past that point in my life where I'm putting like thumbs up with, or excuse me, putting posters up with thumbtack or scotch tape or whatever. They got to be in frames. Otherwise, what's the point? All right. Oh, maybe. Ooh, oh my God. Giving a pet a whole room is too much. Well, I mean, no, it's not just his room, but it's like a room where he can hang out in. You know, it's a room where his toys are usually kept, where you put the cat tree, things like that. He doesn't get the whole room to himself. He still has to share. He's still just like a 15-pound animal that I happen to live with, you know? Have you heard of a porn movie called Harino Brothers? Nintendo bought it to halt distribution, so technically Nintendo owns a Mario porn film. Oh, Hornio Brothers. Oh man, why isn't that just like a cheat code for making money? Just make Nintendo themed porn parodies that fall outside of their legal whatever. Like they can't do anything about it from a legal perspective, and just force them to buy it. You know, how hard would it be to make a Zelda pornography film, right? Like I call it Zeldic, a dick to the past. Bang. and now Nintendo needs to buy my movie, right? Easy. TJ, when can we sell out and put Rocco on a t-shirt? That's a question that I've often asked myself. When do I make merchandise? And I really don't think the community's large enough for that yet. But, you know, I would definitely be okay with putting Rocco on a shirt. It would be like an 80s punk shirt, though. I really like that 80s punk and hardcore aesthetic. In fact, all of my shirts will likely incorporate that style. I would relapse just to see the Pac-Man one. There's a Pac-Man porn. He just eats things, right? Yeah, Pac-Man. He's just eating things. And I'll let your imagination do the rest. Even though I just suggested the Zelda pornography, Zeldink, a dick to the past. So, all right, probably enough talk to get this. Probably we've said enough about pornography to get this live stream demonetized. Thanks, everyone. Good job. So why don't we instead roast Carolina Celeste, someone who is coming to us from a country of Argentina. The only claim to fame that they have, of course, is winning the World Cup last year and literally nothing else. Not even that other time they won the World Cup, because they cheated. Well, rather, Maradona cheated. I don't know if you want to say that an entire country cheated, just because Maradona uppercutted a football and no one saw it, and that ball went into the net, and then Argentina won. I guess maybe we're not going to say that, although maybe I will. And you know what, Carolina? You know what? Oh, I thought this was going to be super long, but it's actually not. So what are you saying here in your bio? I rank movies by what they are in their genre. If it's a comedy, it has to make me laugh. If it's a drama, it has to make me cry, etc. Wait, why do dramas have to make you cry? Why can't dramas just be dramatic? They don't have to be melodramatic. Carolina, you are confusing your genres here. And don't forget, melodrama is actually a separate genre. So says Susan Sontag, and therefore the world. Don't even try to come for me on that one. And unfortunately, Carolina, I would love to treat you like a Carolina Reaper and roast your esophagus with my many hot takes about your profile, but you have given me no favorite films. So what am I supposed to do with that? Why did you even want to roast? Did you comment anything? Did you say anything specifically? Oh, did it already reset? Goddamn son of a bitch, making me do all this goddamn clicking. How fucking dare you? Do you know who I am, Letterboxd? Do you know who I am? This is how far back we're going, everyone. This is how many people are still needing to get roasted. Apparently, Carolina says that she is brave, But how could that possibly be true if you are not brave enough to put a top 4 on your goddamn profile? I'm just going to call you Celeste from now on because I feel like that's somehow an easier thing for me to say. So what am I supposed to do here? Look at the not words that you wrote about the Diary of a Teenage Girl, the book thief, slap or out. Actually, what is slap? This looks interesting. You gave it 4 stars. A teenage boxer searching for self-definition gives in to his true colors at the risk of losing everything. Oh, baby. Oh, wait, true colors here. That's probably a reference to him coming out. That's cool. Joe Cole. I don't know who that is. Apparently, that person there is saying, oh, I'm a Joel Cole stan. Wouldn't know what Celeste here, or Carolina Celeste, Cece, we're going to call her Cece. Wouldn't know what Cece had to say about that because, once again, no words. In fact, are there any? Were there any reviews that you gave? Not a single one. Not even any list, Cece. What is going on here? What did you expect me to do? What did you want out of this roast? I can't do anything with this. You don't even have all of the star ratings in here. You just go from no star ratings to 2 to 35 to 44 to 6 for this, and you've only done it for 100 films. What? Oh, God. And you gave The Flash 4 stars? Oh, goodness me, no. Oh, goodness, no. You know what I'm actually interested in here? Hold on a second. You commented on this about 2 months ago. If you only have 100 films on here, how many had you seen? How many had you rated when you commented this? Have you actually only seen 100 films? You have. So then if we go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. So about 10 films a month on average from the looks of it, although you did a lot more in April. So wait, did you not watch any movies in May? What the fuck? So we take that off. You had 85 films logged when you commented. What did you think was going to happen here? I was going to just come in and be like, oh, this person's seen nothing and that's bad. But I feel like I got to do more than that. And thank you to the person in chat who pointed out that they gave Cocaine Bear 4 stars. Cece, let's have a real chat. A real chat. No, let's have a chat instead. Fuck that movie. Cocaine Bear is shit. Why the fuck did you like it? No. And why the hell are you only giving Banshees of Inisherin 2 stars? How do you actually think that Cocaine Bear is twice as good as the Banshees of Inisherin? How does that register? How does that make sense to you? How are you even putting Not Okay on the same level as Decision to Leave, like an actual Park Chan-wook film? How are you doing that? How dare you? Also, a lot of these 3-star films like EO, Corsage, The Menu, way fucking better than 3 stars. What is this? Glass Onion with 4 stars though? Babylon with 3? Top Gun, Maverick for 4? This doesn't make any sense to me. I don't even know what this is meant to be doing. Everything that's high is low, and everything that's low is high, except for the fact that, like, obviously Murder Mystery 2 is bad, but probably shouldn't even be that high. So what is a 5-star film? What is a standout for you? Hold on a second. These 3 films are short films that were nominated for Oscars last year. The Swimmers might also be one of those. No, it is not. This is a film from Netflix. Genre, details, English and Arabic. Interesting. No idea what it is. Can't comment on it. But yeah, of the 5 films that you've given 5 stars to, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 of them are short films that were nominated for Oscars last year. And also see how they run. Definitely not a 5-star film. This is just someone's attempt to cash in on the murder mystery buzz that we got going on, thanks to the Knives Out movies and I guess the murder mystery films. Thanks, Adam Sandler. And this movie is just not good. Not good. It needed to be edited by someone very different. In fact, it very much wanted to be an Edgar Wright film, but they just couldn't hire a good enough editor to do it. And I know I don't often do anything like that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. See How They Run Behind the Curtain? Is this like a documentary about See How They Run? Hear from the talented filmmakers and cast as they pull back the curtain on the filmmaking process, which had its unique challenges and rewards. Oh, what? The unique challenges of filming during a pandemic? Yeah, all of the films made at that time had that unique challenge. Kind of makes you think that it's not unique. Take a look at this special access to famous locations as well as the care and detail used to recreate them. So, okay. Why is that a 5-star? Wait, where is actually See How They Run then? Did you even log that? Do you even have that here? What? I don't even know what's going on here. I don't understand this. I don't understand this at all. And this is another 5-star movie. Never even heard of it, but it's from Argentina, Spain, and the United States, which probably just means it's from Argentina. Let's see, is the director Argentinian? There we go. Cool. And I guess she directed a film called Blondie. Blondie and Mirko live together, listen to the same music, watch the same films, like to smoke pot, and share the same friends. But even though they seem to be the same age, Blondie is Mirko's mother. Oh, so it's one of those, like, kind of weird relationships where people are, like, way too friendly with their own mom. Like, I think it's cool to be friends with your parents. I think that's probably a great way to evolve your relationship with them. But I kind of don't want to smoke weed with my mom. I don't think I want to do that. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm weird. But I just don't want to smoke weed with my mom. I think that'd be... I mean, I usually don't want to smoke weed at all. I am not a pot user of any renown. But, like, huh? I don't know. So, Cece, Carolina Celeste, I'm just at a loss here. I don't know what you want me to do. Apparently, out of the 100 films that you have watched, they were all done this year. So what were you even doing before that? Did you just find Letterboxd? Maybe you just haven't logged stuff from your past yet, but I don't really know. I don't really know what to do. And I think probably I've done enough. So why don't we just end the roast right there? Weird. Such a weird profile to even roast, even put forward. Usually people are like more, yeah, look at how cool my thing is. You guys are always just getting great quotes from me every time I do one of these live streams, eh? I don't want to smoke weed with my mom, TJ, 2023. It's true, though. I don't. Cocaine Bear hilarious? I missed that part, I guess. It's not hilarious. It's not very good. Out is a cute short film. I haven't seen that. TJ getting brave. He's lucky there's probably no Argentinians in the chat. There used to actually be quite a few. When my live streams were mostly based around like reacting to what is it? Reacting to award shows like the Golden Globes and the Oscars. There was a substantial South American contingent in the chat, although they don't show up much anymore. Those rating pillars are way too blocky, right? I think she only logged films after she made her Letterboxd. That's probably true. But also, I'm not a fan. Cocaine Bear is hilarious. I disagree. Cocaine Bear is super stupid and not in a good way. Cocaine Bear had a bear, but Banshees of Inisherin had no banshees. Get out of here. Get out of here with your truth bombs. Banshees was my favorite of 2022. That hurts incredibly. Yeah. Not my favorite of 2022, but I can also understand it. Your rage, that is. Maybe she was doing cocaine while watching Cocaine Bear. Oh, has anyone ever done that? Has anyone done that yet? I assume that that's something that someone will do on the internet at some point, right? Surely someone has done it already. She rated Shotgun Wedding 4 stars. That movie was boring and forgettable. That's not the movie, says Shin Queen. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Yes, it's about the movie. LOL, not even the movie is 5 stars. She probably just thought... I'm guessing. I think she probably just typed in, like, See How They Run, and then maybe that one came up first on the list, so she was like, yeah, that one, and didn't realize it was the behind-the-scenes special. I didn't get goofy or fun from watching it. What, Cocaine Bear? Oh yeah, look how cool my thing is, TJ 2023. Did I say that? I mean, I was I wasn't talking about. Now I'm conscious because I don't want to. I'm self-conscious because I don't want to be quoted. Just kidding. Hey, when I said, "Oh yeah, look how cool my thing is," I wasn't talking about my penis. Ha! Quote that, son of a bitch. Thoughts on Messi coming to the MLS? It's good. It's certainly good for the league. The more credibility that league gets as a league where all the best players want to come to, the better the league will get, the better the competition will get. It has often been seen as the kind of retirement league for like bigger European players, but Messi is still like he's still in his prime. You know, I mean, maybe not his prime, but he did just win a World Cup. He was playing at Barcelona and then did 2 years at PSG. Like the guy could play on most teams still around the world, and the fact that he's playing on a not very good team on the MLS, that just opens the door more and more. Although I think what it also highlights in the footballing world is the shifting paradigm that's currently going on, and that is the shift towards Saudi Arabia being the big money league. Typically, the big money league overall has been the British Premier League, and then there are certainly teams outside of the Premier League that are also capable of paying big money. Usually, the ones that are owned by oil barons or oil producing countries. Or just like Russian oligarchs and shit like that. You know, the likes of PSG, Barcelona, Real Madrid. They all have the money to be able to pay big money for people. But now it seems like a bunch of teams in the Saudi Arabian League are now starting to put down like serious money for players, Cristiano Ronaldo being one, are the most significant so far. But like there are quite a few top tier players who are moving to Saudi Arabia this transfer window, and I think it's going to become a really it's going to become a problem. I think because I don't think anyone wants these players going to Saudi Arabia. We'd rather them be in leagues that are more visible and are not situated in a terrible country like Saudi Arabia. When I say terrible, I am specifically referring to their human rights record. And it's part of a continuing greenwashing or sports washing effort that country has been going through over the last several years. Includes WWE being a part of it. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next like 10 to 12 years we get a Saudi Arabian World Cup. And it's really just a way for them to improve their global image while doing nothing to improve human rights in their own country. And I think that's bullshit. So, like, yeah, Messi coming to MLS is great, but I also don't think that any other big player will be able to get Messi's kind of contract, Messi's kind of money in MLS. And so I can only imagine that the top tier talent is going to continue to be funneled towards Saudi Arabia and not MLS. So I think it's good for MLS, but at the same time, there's other issues. There's other issues going on outside of that I think are more prescient. What, you don't know what's going on in world sports? You Philistine? You dummy? You big dumb face? These are all things that everyone should know about. Particularly when it comes to Saudi Arabia being assholes. Also, yeah, you're pointing out another one here where they merged with the PGA. Probably shouldn't get into it too much, but there was an opposing golf federation of sorts called Live Golf. And they were paying a bunch of money to a bunch of big golfers to come play for them. And it was basically just a Saudi Arabian or at least a Saudi-funded golfing league. And now the PGA was like, we're your we're the true PGA. We're everything. And now those two entities are combining into one. And so I guess the Saudis own the PGA all of a sudden, which is, or at least they are in partial control of it, which is, once again, another bad thing. Thank you for the roast, TJ. Sorry I got late. All good. Thank you very much for submitting yourself to the roast. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking doing that. Kind of makes me wonder if Lucas Swan is a little afraid, is a little worried right now. But should they be? Should they actually be worried about a roast? Well, they don't have a profile picture to which I can say bad things about. So maybe they're not too worried. Maybe they think they're going to get off scot-free and clear. But you know what? I guess they actually can't, because look at this favorite films. Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair, which I am just now seeing for the first time. If you look down where it says The Whole Bloody Affair, they put blood at the top of the O's, so it looks like bloody is spelled with a bunch of U's, so it's Bloody Affair. Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair. Who definitely wants to see Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair? I sound like someone who's really into the Blue Man Group. Anyhow, you also have Elf, Scream, and Saw here, so thank you for identifying as someone who desperately seeks to escape the 1990s, but absolutely fucking can't. Yes, I know that Saw and Elf are both from the early 2000s, but tell me when you watch them, they don't just scream 90s to you. Elf especially. Elf is definitely a 90s movie that was released in a wrong year, a different year, 2003 to be exact. So what have you been watching, Lucas, aside from The Whole Bloody Affair? Recent activity includes Puppet Master and Puppet Master 2. What the fuck were you thinking? And how the hell is Puppet Master 2 any better than Puppet Master? Even with what we know about horror sequels, the fact that they are always worse, how can this be true? Like, shouldn't these both be a half star, and then your actual written review of Puppet Master 2 is saying, wow, I can't believe it could get worse, but it actually did. But then I guess we're seeing here that you have Showgirls at 3.5 stars, and we know exactly what kind of taste that you have. The only thing that you've done correctly on your profile is give Battlefield Earth 1 star, which is not even a difficult thing to do. It, however, is a bad thing to do when you do shit like this, Lucas. Recent reviews, Chattin, 1 star could only get 30 to 40 minutes in. Guess what, Lucas? I haven't had to say this in a little while, but if you can't finish the movie, don't rate the movie. Maybe something happens in the last hour that changes your opinion, or maybe it could at least validate your actual opinion. Imagine reading like 30 pages of a book, saying I didn't like it, putting it down, and then going on to Goodreads and giving it a fucking review. That's insane. No one would do that. So why are you doing that, Lucas? Stop it. And if I go through your reviews and I find other shit like this, I am going to have a very stern talk with your mother tonight. And your dad. I'm going to talk to both of them. And then we're going to have an orgy. It's going to be a good old Eiffel Tower, Lucas. And yeah, it's going to be fun. Can't wait to high-five your dad in that exact moment. Also, just watch Chattin. Watch all of Chattin. It's great. It's a Cronenberg film, not directed by Cronenberg. And it's good. So do that. Hey, look, we got a 5-list situation here. How many of them are about Quentin Tarantino, I wonder? Aw, none of them? Damn, I thought I had it. Wait. Why do you have a list that's just dedicated to WWE Studios films? Like, so what? Like, I don't care about this. Like, why would anyone care about this? It's just what? The what? Listed in chronological order of release date. Who cares about this? Can't we just go find WWE Studios somewhere in Letterboxd? Like, couldn't I just go click on Incarnate here, click on Details, WWE Studios? Oh, look, I can do the exact same thing. Wow, what a great list. Wait, WWE Studios did Oculus? That just seems strange and wrong and weird to me. I don't think that's true. I'm going to choose to ignore that piece of information that is now in my brain. And what the fuck is Incarnate anyways? The only thing that WWE Studios did that was good, that I liked, if I can find it. I don't think it was See No Evil. I think it was See No Evil 2. See No Evil 2 was directed by a couple of Canadians called the Soska Sisters, and the only thing that I actually enjoyed them doing... Wait a minute, hold on, before I finish this story. Is this just like a really bad Photoshop of Triple H? Like, I know that he's buff and ripped and stuff, but like, this face and this body look like they were photoshopped together, right? Like, do you guys see this? Do you guys see this? It just looks very fake to me. But I know that Triple H is this big. This is the thing. So I don't know why they would need to Photoshop this. Maybe it's just a really poorly constructed poster. That could also be part of what's going on. An ex-con on the run from his criminal past hides out from those he ratted on by chaperoning a field trip to New Orleans. Wait a minute. In this film, Triple H plays a rat? And he's running from people? In a school bus? What were they thinking? That's a terrible thing to do with one of their top heels. Ugh. This fucking company is run by idiots. Yeah, here we go. Jen Soska and Sylvia Soska. These are the Soska twins, or the Soska sisters. Forget which one they prefer. But they've directed movies, including Dead Hooker in a Trunk, and American Mary, their most famous film. But you know what? I will always give WWE credit for giving them a chance at directing one of their movies. Because I love it when Canadians do things. What else is here? Chain Link Challenge. What the hell? Oh my god, they're just doing like... What is this? 7 Degrees of Separation, but a stupid version of it? This isn't hard to do. I've done ones like this that have like 20 different films in between. And like what is the point of this though? Like, did someone actually think that getting from the Black Phone to Charlie's Angels would be difficult? I don't know. I don't know what this is trying to do. I don't know what this is trying to prove. I don't like... Why? There we go. There's a good question to ask. Why? Because like that's just an easy thing. It's an easy thing to do. And for those particular pairings, I don't understand. Also, their Scream rankings are wrong. They are definitely wrong. Scream number 1, sure. But then it's supposed to be Scream 4 in number 2. And Scream 5 goes 3. Scream 6 goes 4. Scream 2 and then Scream 3. Ha! We did it. Way better list. Films. Films. Nothing new, nothing different. I'm just wondering what this person thinks is a half-star film. B-Team? B-Team? I mean, no offense to the Christians in the chat, but this looks like a Christian movie to me. You know? Something you'd find on one of those faith-based streaming services? Yeah. I don't care if it's from the producers of Fishtails. This looks like it's on a Christian streaming service to me. And apparently it's about Zip and Zap track down honey thieves, encountering many new friends during their adventure. They're very long, 70 minutes. Oh, look, it was reviewed by Jesus Meller, which is one of the many Jesuses. This better than B movie, and then gave it a half star. Wow. That's a lot of shit coming down on that movie. What else we got here ranked low? Ooh, another, to 10. We were already over that. We also got Battlefield Earth. We already knew about that one. A bunch of other bad movies here. Alien 3 at a 2-star. Could probably go higher than that. I think Alien 3 is actually decent. Maybe a 2.5, maybe even a 3-star film. This Prom Night down to 2 stars. I don't accept this Canadian slander. Prom Night is, of course, a Canadian film shot in Canada. Directed by a Canada. I think it was even made with Canadian money. And it stars not Canadian Jamie Lee Curtis. So, X at a 2-star. Yeah, that's probably a little bit too low. Volcano at 2 stars. I could put it a bit higher just for the fun. Aliens. I'm not even the biggest fan of that movie, and I would say that's definitely more than 2.5 stars. Come on now. Be real. The Babysitter. Wait, The Babysitter and Aliens, definitely the same. Cain See No Evil, also just as good as Aliens. Oh boy. Hey, and don't forget, Ingmar Bergman's Persona, definitely as good as Scream 3. Just like how the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari and Raising Arizona are just as good as Scream 3. I want to scream out of my throat, but I can't. Also got a couple of X-Men films down there. X-Men The Last Stand. Wait, is that X2 and X-Men The Last Stand right next to each other? Or is that the original X-Men? I mean, even still, that's fucked up. Dark Phoenix. Definitely on the same level as Mank and The Hurt Locker. What the hell, dude? You're doing everything wrong. You're doing everything wrong, and I think you know that. What's going on here in the top of the 5 stars? Scream, Elf, Knives Out, all 5 stars. What? And you have those going up here with like There'll Be Blood. Oh my god. Mulholland Drive and There'll Be Blood are like the only legitimate films that you could say here are 5 stars. Or the ones that are 5 stars, those are the two that you could probably point to and say, yeah, you could say that those are 5-star films. Everything else is wrong. Everything else is incorrect. Maybe you put Grand Budapest Hotel up there too, but everything else is lower, is less than. Absolutely not. And I'm also just looking at this and thinking about films like Persona. Like saying that, I don't know, man, How the Grinch Stole Christmas better than Persona? I don't know. That Tetris movie that's on Apple TV Plus better than Persona? I don't know. Knock at the Cabin better than Persona? That's definitely not. I don't even have to I don't know that one. That's just a fucking no. A straight no right to the gut. Absolutely the hell not. No, 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 no. That's no. 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 Okay. The bit's done. I'm sorry. I'm over it. Yeah, just wrong. Just another person who's just wrong. Isn't it weird how everyone is wrong? Very, very wrong. All right. That's it for that. I think I'm losing my roasting juice for tonight. Youngwater Gaming YT says, "Hey Cinemateq, can you review my Letterboxd now? It's been a few months and I'm on the list." Well, the list does as the list does. So I'll get to you eventually, but the list is a long one. If you've been on there for a few months, though, you're probably getting pretty close. What is your Letterboxd profile? And Soviet Spider, I'm so sorry, but I think that was actually the last roast that I'm going to do today. I've ran out of steam, and I just don't think I could give you the roast that you deserve. So make sure to come back on Friday. But I'm not done live streaming yet. I think there's still some things that we can say. There's still some chat that I can look at. You guys have any questions, feel free to put them in. Just had to watch the last half hour of Beau's Afraid again. Oof. Is that oof in a good thing or a bad thing? I feel like I get the movie now, but still oof. So, Paul, you're not a fan. You're not a fan, I see. Is that Jason Momoa? Where? Behind me? Is Jason Momoa in here with me right now? You guys didn't tell me that Jason Momoa was right behind me this whole time? Why does the girl driving the bus look like Alita from Alita Battle Angel? I mean, maybe it was. Maybe it was. Just let me know how many more months you think it will be before you can review my Letterboxd. I don't know. A few. I honestly don't know, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. I have rated Alien 3 lower. I really did not like it. It's fun. It's a fun movie. I like Alien 3. Mostly because it's one of David Fincher's earlier works. And if you watch the Fincher cut of it, I think it is better. I think it's better. Elf is pretty good. It's my favorite Christmas movie of all time. Yeah, it's a pretty solid Christmas movie for sure. I feel like it's one of those things, though. It's kind of like Elf, and this is probably a good way of thinking about this. Elf is like candy. And like when you eat candy, it's good and you really like candy. But if you eat a lot of candy, it's not great, right? You start feeling sick, you start feeling your teeth start to hurt, you feel like you need to brush your teeth all the time. And that's how I feel like with Elf. Like the first time around, cool. Second time around, really good Christmas experience. But now that it's turned into one of those like It's a Wonderful Life holiday movies that's just on every single Christmas, and you invariably are going to end up like watching it with your family like the day before Christmas, it's just really annoying to me, and I don't really ever want to see it again. But to those of you who still enjoy it, right on. The Tetris movie is actually really good, in my opinion. Big surprise with how good it is. Cool. My Letterboxd profile is Young Water. It has a one-piece profile picture. Well, I don't think I have roasted that one yet. Let's see how far away you actually are. Ooh, yeah. I'm doing a lot of scrolling right now. A lot of scrolling. Still scrolling. I should probably actually just do like a find. Was it Young Water? Young Water? Did you say? Young. Young Water. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Honest, do you want me to be honest with you? Do you want to be how honest with how long it's going to take? Oh my god. Really? No fucking way. That many? No shot. Oh no. Yeah, literally I think it might be like another month and a half. If I'm being totally honest with you, I think it might be that long. But hey, there's entertaining content on the way anyways, right? Also, question for everyone. Would you watch a Cinemateq live stream if we didn't do the roasts? Or, let's say, there's a third live stream in the week, and we're basically just talking about film news and stuff like that. And if people super chat, I can still roast them, but that's not like what we're doing in the live stream. Just hanging out talking about movies, right? Not just doing the roasting. Like, is that something you're into? Is that something you'd be interested in? Because, maybe there could be a third live stream. I don't know. We'll see. Have you seen Superstore? If you haven't, you should. In my opinion, one of the most underrated sitcoms of all time. I've seen the first season of it, I think. It's on Netflix, and I don't have Netflix anymore, but I did watch it when I had Netflix. I haven't seen all of it, though, but it's good. I enjoyed it while I watched it. I had some good laughs. Which Nolan films are you watching before Oppenheimer? I literally watched all of them over the last 3 days. I finished with watching Tenet earlier today, and oh boy, is that movie not great. But it's also kind of fun. Beau's Afraid is still my number 1 of 2023. Haven't seen Past Lives yet, though. I don't think Beau's Afraid clears Past Lives, personally, although I can understand people who have that opinion. TJ, I would love your explanation of Beau's Afraid, or analysis. I mean, I've talked about it a little bit before, maybe just not on live stream, but like when it comes to Beau's Afraid, the way that I like to think about it is that the entire film is essentially the mother trying to prove to anyone and everyone that she is actually a good mother and that it's Beau who is the problem, right? And you can kind of see that at the very end when Beau is essentially put on trial, right? But I think that the entire you can view the entire movie like that because the mother's company is listed as one of the production companies at the beginning of the film, the Mother Corporation, the Omni Corporation, and so beyond that, you kind of get the sense that this film is meant to be, in a way, corporate propaganda that is meant to make the mother look as good as possible, and does so by making Beau suffer, right? And I think there's probably different layers there that you can pick apart if you wanted to. But I think that overall, like, framing of the film is, I think, the most interesting, or at least the one that I sort of turn to when thinking about Beau's Afraid. And it might, to some degree, help explain some of the things in the film, but there are other parts that just don't really get explained that much more when you put it in that context. So I don't know about that, but yeah, that's kind of how I look at Beau's Afraid. If you want to talk about like analysis, just very briefly, my favorite Hitchcock film is The Birds. Thank you for the question, RTR. Big fan, brother. Do you still do TikTok lives on Wednesday? Oh, geez. I haven't done a TikTok live in a long ass time. So no. Actually, these live streams used to be on Wednesdays, but I switched them to Tuesdays because I wanted to just be able to watch wrestling and do longer live streams instead of like always cutting my live streams off at 2 hours because it was time to watch wrestling. Do you think David Lynch has been trolling us this whole time and that he's just making nonsense? Absolutely not. I think David Lynch is an artist, and I think that his work, it's very personal to him, and he doesn't feel like it needs to adhere to popular Hollywood convention. He's not trolling at all. I think he's making really good stuff, and I can't wait to see if he's got anything left, or or if he's done making films. It'd be really nice of him to say that out loud, so I can do a David Lynch ranked list. I don't want to just make one for him and then all of a sudden he's like, guess what? I've got a new film coming out of Cannes, and I'm like, God damn it. I can't wait to see Oppenheimer this Friday. Yeah, I'm going to try to see it on Thursday. I mean, I have to see it on Thursday to get this Christopher Nolan video that I'm working on out the door. It's a Wonderful Life is my Christmas movie. I'm a big fan of Christmas in Connecticut and Holiday Affair, both classic Hollywood films from the 40s. Elf made me annoying as a kid. I quote it all the time. Okay, so people saying yes, yes. I wouldn't watch a regular live stream. I love the hate, hate, hate. Oh, Dory. I actually prefer the not roasting moments to the live streams. Fair enough. Depends on the day and the time. I mean, yeah, obviously. Yes, of course, your commentary is great, and we love a safe space for film discussion. True. The roasting is fun, but I do enjoy you talking about the film news. I'm kind of surprised you haven't said much about the strikes, actually. I mean, do I need to say anything about the strikes? I think you guys know at this point that I'm pretty much pro-labor in like all instances. So fuck the studios. And I think that the writers and I think that the actors are going to win. They're going to get everything that they want because all of these content companies are going to realize they don't have new content coming in yet. And there's only so much that they're going to be able to rely on stuff coming in from overseas to keep people around. I think that the strikes are good. They are a good thing. They are fighting for things that are absolutely necessary in terms of what they are demanding, specifically royalties for streaming, which is something that should have been happening already. Like the fact that the studios have been getting away with that for so long is absolutely ridiculous and a slap in the face to all creatives in the film industry. Like it's absolutely shit. It's such a shit thing. And I mean, and also with the other thing that the both the writers and the actors are talking about, like there absolutely needs to be things in the contract regarding AI. And I know that for some people, if you were sort of like paying attention to the news and maybe you catch an Elon Musk tweet every now and again, it may seem like this AI thing is getting blown out of proportion. But, you know, I can at least relate to you one of the things that I heard about this. I don't know if this was something that that has happened or something that you could do or something that was possible or something that was possible in the future, and that's something that studios were thinking about. But it's one of those two things where a studio would pay an actor, any actor, so like an extra, small-time actor, what have you, they would pay them for a one-day rate. They would pay them for 1 day, one single day, right? Which for most working actors, like people who are not the big stars, could be anywhere from like, I think maybe $100 to $500, depending on what kind of rate you're getting. And since this would be something that is not, this would be something that wouldn't be under any specific film or project, it would probably be considered like low. Still, you're not making a lot of money anyways. So what they would do, they'd pay you for a day, they bring you in, you say some words, you say some lines, they do all the scans of your face and all that kind of stuff, and then you go home. And then for that, the movie studio owns your likeness and can put you in anything they want, a virtual version of you in any film they want, and they don't need your permission and they don't need to pay you a dime. So not only are you being put into roles that you do not consent to, but you are not receiving a residual in the slightest. This is how these larger media corporations are going to start leveraging things like AI, deepfakes, shit like this, in order to fuck over working actors, working writers, and just all of us in general. And it's one of the reasons why I think these strikes are actually so important, is because it's the first time that we've seen a labor organization or really anyone step up and say, hey, AI needs to be regulated or else it's going to fuck us. It's going to fuck all of us. And that's a vitally important conversation that needs to be happening. So kudos to the writers and the actors for making sure that we are having that conversation. Yeah. So like, and also fuck the studios. If you want to see a really funny thing, actually, I mean, Bob Iger or like one of the studio heads said something like incredibly stupid, where he was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna let them strike so much that we're gonna starve them out of their homes or whatever." Like this is their plan. They want to make it so hard for actors and writers to make a living with these strikes. Like they are just in this idea where like if they just continue the strike and do not meet their demands at all, they are just going to force actors and writers out of their homes to the point where they will take any deal that is put in front of them. And that's definitely not something you should say out loud, because that is kind of just the whole reason why we desperately need labor unions in the first place, to make sure that these fucking assholes can't drive us out of house and home because it's good for their corporate profits. That's why we need unions, full stop. But there was a very interesting rebuke to that. I think it came from Ron Perlman. In fact, I know it came from Ron Perlman. And he said something to the degree of, "You want us to lose our homes? Guess what? We know where you live." Like, imagine Ron Perlman threatening you. That's not a position that I ever want to be in. I don't want Ron Perlman threatening me. So I don't know. What that does, but I think it kind of gets to the heart of how a lot of people are feeling these days, where it's like, hey, big corporations, big CEOs, and this is not just in Hollywood. This is not just, in Hollywood, in the entertainment industry. It's this idea that like if you keep pinching us and you keep reducing our wages or keeping them stagnant, and you keep making things more and more expensive and keep making it impossible for us to live, we're going to make it impossible for you to continue in any way, shape, or form. We are going to make it impossible for society as it's currently structured to continue to exist. Like, they're leading us merrily down the path to revolution because they are desperate. They are desperate for short-term profits, and it's kind of fucking wild that that's the case. But hey, they can't see anywhere past their quarterly returns, so I guess maybe we shouldn't be that surprised. I don't think a month and a half is that long. It could be. Can you DM me on Instagram, or do you have a Discord or something when you're ready to roast me, by the way? I have impeccable taste, so it's going to be hard roasting. Oh, trust me, I will roast you. There is a Discord, but I'm not going to DM you to let you know when it's going to happen. You're just going to have to keep like up to date on what's going on. That was an excellent analysis, TJ. Thank you for that, man. Yeah, no worries. I mean, it's pretty shallow, honestly, but I mean, as far as Beau's Afraid goes, that's like, I think that's just like a very interesting way to think about the film. And I don't think it makes it make sense, but it could, in fact, explain why it is not very sensical. Like, you can almost think of the way that a studio executive comes in and like fucks up a movie because they're like, oh, it needs to be this, it needs to do this, we need to make this person this, and this is this. Like, imagine someone in complete control of a film that's meant to make them look good. Imagine the way that they would attempt to do that, right? And maybe that explains some of the more wild parts of the film. Although I really don't like that interpretation when we're talking about the part of Beau's Afraid when he's like watching the play in the forest, as an example. Although that once again could just be like a drug commercial for all we know. Do you have a favorite Koreeda film? A favorite Koreeda film. I mean, I've certainly seen more than one, so yes. Koreeda? Oh, god damn it. He did Brokers, right? I'm just trying to remember what his other film was. Was it Shoplifters? I'm trying to remember. Wait, Brokers. Yeah, Brokers. Not Baby Brokers, although that kind of is what the film is about. Is it Broker? Am I just spelling it wrong? I'm spelling it wrong. No, Brocker? What the hell? It shouldn't be this hard to find Hirokazu Koreeda on here. Shoplifters. Yeah, there we go. Koreeda. What has he directed that I've seen? So it's just Shoplifters and Broker. Oh, Broker, singular. So I guess between the two of those, I would say Shoplifters, although Broker is also quite good. I don't agree with that theory, but it's kind of a funny theory. I mean, it's not even really a theory. Like, her mom's company definitely produced the film, and so I think you do need to view it in that light. Is there any directors that others like but you don't? Not talking about any legal or moral acts, just a general style you can't connect to, something you like. I mean, Michael Bay, definitely. But there are some Michael Bay films that I am able to connect with, right? I don't know if there's any particular style. Like, it probably just comes, and usually even if a director has like the smallest part or the smallest amount of style, I can usually get behind it because I just like seeing the effort and the individual nature of what they're deciding to put out in the world, right? It's usually the directors who do nothing and who have no and who put like nothing into their films that I find the most that I find are just like like what are you, you know? Look at every film that Dwayne the Rock Johnson has made, right? None of those films really stand out as being like a director type film, right? They're built specifically around The Rock, and they don't have any like specific stylistic things to them that you could point to and say, oh, that's something that this director brought with them. Like those films, as like fun and as mind numbing and as popcorny as they can be, you know, they're just not anything that I would turn to and say, oh, that's a great example of filmmaking, you know? Although I'm not sure I like that answer. Oh wait, what was this? But I will say I love how the roast bring us to profiles and get us talking about all these films. Yeah, that's fair. Personally, I'm not a fan of Dario Argento, and that's a real bummer. I watched Phenomena earlier today and it just didn't work for me. Have you seen his early stuff though? Like Phenomena is a bit later on. You've seen Deep Red and Bird with the Crystal Plumage and Four Flies on Grey Velvet and Suspiria. Like you've watched those. In fact, anything before Suspiria or even a later film where he tries to keep it more like not like supernatural giallo like opera, I would recommend. But like if you haven't seen Four Flies on Grey Velvet, Bird with the Crystal Plumage, or opera, I would say check those out because they're closer to conventional horror films. Some of us are lay people, though, when it comes to the industry, so you talking about it is valuable. I don't even know why they're striking. Oh, well, I think I actually just answered that. It's basically residuals and NAI. When you get to my Letterboxd, it might be one of the best you've reviewed in a while, so yeah, I can't wait till you're just going to end up praising my impeccable taste. You don't watch these very often, do you? I can roast any profile. And in fact, I have. Yeah, I find it insane how much the companies have been getting away with for this long. Why are we just hearing about it now? It's you know, yeah. I mean, things like this are only ever often brought up at time of like labor crisis, and so it's good that we're having two big strikes happening at the exact same time. But yeah, you know, we often don't hear about it because it doesn't affect us personally. Yeah, I think that's probably the reason. And also you have to remember that like, and I hate doing this because I hate talking about like quote unquote the media as like this big thing that does everything the same. But like when we're talking about mainstream media, they often don't like talking about workers' rights issues because they're all owned by massive corporations that don't like unions. It's one of these things that you can actually see that is true about a lot of mainstream media organizations like, you know, Washington Post, CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, like all of them. They're all owned by giant corporations that do not like unions for the very reason that unions give workers the right to collective bargaining and essentially make more money because they are able to get back some of the value that they are putting into all of these big corporations. And so largely these mainstream media things will not cover labor union things until they are often like already happening. And then when they do, they often take the stance of like, how does this strike affect you? And then they'll frame it like, usually on top of that, how are what these greedy or what these ungrateful laborers, how is what they are doing affecting you? And I think if you look at the coverage of the WGA and the Actors Guild strike, if you look at it probably more in like the mainstream media as opposed to more industry trades like Variety and things like that, I think we'll probably see that they're putting out a lot of articles like, here are all the films that are not going to come out in 2024 anymore. And like, they never seem to go that extra mile in saying, and it's the studio's fault because they don't want to share, right? Usually it's left to this implicit thing where it's always the union's fault because the union is greedy. Whereas in actual fact, it's the corporation that is being greedy. One of the great things that is being bandied around, or not, that is being talked about a lot when it comes to these strikes, is how much these CEOs are making. It was costed out not that long ago that for the WGA, if they were to get everything that they asked for, it would be an additional like $450 million a year going to members of the WGA, right? And that is, I think if you combine the pay received by the CEO of Warner Brothers, the CEO of Disney, and the CEO of one of the other big media corporations, it's that. So like the pay of 3 CEOs who do nothing and contribute nothing and create nothing. Their pay is equivalent to what writers would be receiving, but writers are being told that's too much. It's ridiculous. Patently ridiculous. Chris Stuckman talked about this recently. Yeah, I kind of wanted to do like a video about it, but then I got caught up in the Christopher Nolan-ness of it. I would also expect that on this channel we're going to start seeing some more stuff coming up, where I'm just kind of doing like casual chats about this kind of stuff because I feel like there's an audience for it. I can't just leave Chris Stuckman to comment on this stuff. It's like the deepfake pornography that's happening where streamers are being put on the content without their consent. It's wild. Yeah. And that's even like more egregious because that is also like a sex crime, you know? Like that is sexual assault. So yeah, it sucks. Also, don't deep fake me into porn. Please. I don't need to see that. AI should only be used for memes. Yeah. I'm with you on that. AI should never be used commercially. That's kind of an interesting take. That's an interesting way of doing it. Another way that a friend of mine kind of changed my thinking around, or it made me reconsider it, when you look at like when you look at the Jetsons as an example, right? There is a version of the future where automation basically changed the way that everyone lives so that there's more time for leisure. Like George Jetson only works 2 hours a week. That's an in-canon thing from the Jetsons. And all of the, house chores and things like that are done by Rosie, their robot. So really they're just free to like live their lives, and technology has freed them. And now that we actually have the onset of what AI and what it's being programmed to do, it's being used to generate art. It's being used to generate like novels. It's being used for writing. It's being used for all of these artistic endeavors. It's even being used to write music now. And there was a quote, I don't know who it belongs to, but essentially the quote goes, or I'm guessing I'm gonna have to paraphrase, we were so sure that what was it? We wanted AI to make it so that it would do our laundry while we made art, but instead we're using AI to make art while we do our laundry. And that's kind of how AI as a whole is being thought of now, like taking AI and using it to make like whatever kind of shit you can sell on Etsy as an example. It's like just another capitalist venture that can maybe make people money on something, but we're doing it. We're allowing this AI to create art. We're allowing all of this stuff to happen. And all it really does is mean that we have more time to like do all of the other chores that we have to do. Do you think we will have VFX effects strike soon? Probably not, because there are no VFX unions. I do think that VFX artists should unionize, but I imagine that, you know what? This is total speculation. Total speculation, don't believe me. But I would not be surprised if one of the stipulations for these big Hollywood studios to work with VFX studios is that they do not allow unionization of their workforce. And so I wouldn't be surprised if those VFX studios are being very heavy-handed with anti-union or union-busting things. Now, that is not based on anything other than history. And I wouldn't be surprised if someone did an investigative journalistic piece and it came out that there was anti-union shit, union-busting shit going on at all of these studios. I would not be shocked about that. Big time to get back into physical media. Yeah, I'm kind of coming back around to getting back into physical media. There are a couple of Blu-rays that I want to pick up eventually, but I'm going to wait until I get into the Criterion Closet so I can get them for free. What's the Discord? It's linked in the description box. That's a good thing. Why are you... Wait, what? Thank you for people saying that I'm going to roast this person. Of course I will, eventually. One bad thing about the strike is that smaller workers like cinematographers, editors, makeup artists, costume designers, and also the assistants and janitors that work for film sets have no job. So this is actually an interesting point that I will comment on. The strike itself is a good thing for all of those people, right? Because the writer's strike and the actor's strike is going to set how all of this is treated in the future for everyone else. If the writers get this deal where they're able to get residuals from streaming and the actors get this deal where they get residuals from streaming, then the people who work for the cinematographers union, the editors union, which is I think actually the directors guild, makeup artists, costume designers, all of this stuff will get rolled over into their contracts eventually. So these things that they are getting from the strikes is actually good for everyone. Yeah, it does suck that these people aren't able to get work, although I would argue that people like editors are able to work on other things. And you also have to remember that people working as cinematographers, editors, makeup artists, costume designers, they are still able to work on things like commercials, reality TV shows. There's still a lot of content that gets made that is outside of the purview of the writer's strike and the actor's strike. So they still will have opportunities. It's certainly going to be tough for a lot of people, but this idea that people shouldn't go on strike because it affects other people is very much from that capitalist point of view, which is just trying to discourage strikes all the time. You know, it's not very different from this kind of phrasing where people will say, oh, we can't have the rail workers go on strike because it will hurt the economy. And in that particular case, they're essentially saying that these people are so important that we should allow corporations to continue to devalue them and exploit them. When you say it out loud, it makes no sense. So that's why we need to allow these unions to be formed and to go on strike. Because if they are that important, and they are, all labor is important and should be valued properly, then we can get these people making the monies that they need to make. And then, yeah, I can see you saying you're not against the strike, and that's good. I'm just saying that kind of language is often employed by anti-labor forces. And I just wanted to sort of point that out. You saw my Letterboxd spaghetti really is that bad? I just joined the Discord. Cool. That can be applied to a lot of Marvel films with the amount of higher up interference. Don't know what that's in reply to. Opera is good to pair with the Birds and Brewster McCloud. Brewster McCloud? What? That's interesting. I haven't seen that many. I've seen Suspiria and Opera, so I'm probably raising the flag too early. Okay, for sure go check out Bird with the Crystal Plumage, Deep Red, and Four Flies on Grey Velvet for Argento. Like, you have not given him a chance until you've seen those three films. More so Deep Red and Bird with the Crystal Plumage, although Four Flies on Grey Velvet is in between there. Oh, wait, also watch Cat and Nine Tails as well. Yeah. You gotta watch that one too. All of his early stuff. Just watch all of his early stuff up to Suspiria, and then you will have given him a good chance. And you also will have heard a lot of great music by Goblin. I watch the streams a lot. I just think my taste is that good, that all. I've watched nearly all your Letterboxd roasts on YouTube. All right. Well, I guess we'll have to see by the time I get there. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to roast you. I'm not going to roast you, but I am going to look at your profile right now. Because I'm curious. I'm just curious. How good is it? How good is it? You think I can't roast this? Kid, you lit the fire. I'm just going to roast some marshmallows over it. And that's all I'm going to say. That'll be a good one when I get to it. Every time I hear about the writer's strike and AI taking over everything, I can't help but think of my friend who's going to school to writing for TV and movie, and how rough it is going to be for him and other future writers. Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's why the writers are going on strike. So it's not bad for your friend. And I think for writers, it honestly could end up being worse than it is for the actors. Like with writers, a lot of what people are talking about that the studios are going to start trying to do, and you could kind of do this. Like if AI, things like ChatGPT, they suddenly to evolve a little bit more. But with these large language sets, right, you can imagine someone very easily taking all, like, however many seasons of CSI have ever been created, just put, like, all of those scripts into a large language model, and then just say, all right, give me 20 more. And then it spits out 20, 40, 50-page scripts, and then it's like, cool, we have these scripts, and then you just give them to a writer to, like, polish them up. Whereas before, you would have an entire writer's room on that TV show. You would have people working consistently instead of just doing like these 1-2 day polish ups on really shitty AI scripts. Like that's kind of the future that we're probably heading towards if we don't get this shit taken care of. So yeah, that's also part of why this strike is important. I'm not, oh yeah. Did you hear about how people started canceling their streaming services because of the strike, but that's actually hurting the strike because companies can say the actors, writers aren't worth having? So I haven't heard about this specifically. I did see some language out there saying that like they could do that, but at the same time, like it doesn't matter what's happening now during the strike because we have, you know, the corporate profits of all of these companies for the last 10 years, you know? We have the money that has been spent and that has not been going to all of these people. So I think that's more of a thing that people can say. I don't know how much of it will actually matter, especially if it's one of those things that people don't really, that doesn't make it into like the main narrative of the strikes. But you know what? Fuck it. Cancel all that shit. You don't need it. Do you think the directors of blockbusters are responsible for not making VFX effects workers' lives easier? I think that that's an interesting question because on one hand, you have directors relying on CGI so much, but the director themselves are not responsible for the working conditions in these VFX studios, you know? Yeah, it's not exactly a one-to-one thing. I think that someone, say, like a Christopher Nolan, is certainly doing great things when he has as much practical VFX in his films as possible and actually doesn't rely on VFX hardly at all when he can avoid it. I think that's actually a good thing, and I wish more directors would go back to that, and I think that would help alleviate some of the issues going on with the VFX, people being overworked. But to say that, like, the directors are responsible, I don't think that's really up to them. That's up to like the bosses, and it's the bosses who need to be held accountable. Oh boy, he got a teaser trailer. Not TJ calling him kid. You know he's gonna go savage mode. I mean, really, everyone is a kid to me, even people who are older than me. As a future writer director, I'm scared if WGA still won't get what they need. Yeah, and that's going to suck. And I think that if that's the case, it's going to eventually just drive a lot of people into not wanting to work on guild stuff and just making a lot of independent stuff and distributing it themselves in whatever way they possibly can. Whether that be just as like making a film, maybe you make a trailer, maybe you do a GoFundMe, you try to fund the movie, and then you send it out to a bunch of people, you put it on YouTube, you try to get some interest in it. Maybe take it to a festival and then see if someone buys it, you know? There's nothing to say that like a film needs to be made, well, it depends on the film. Yeah. I think what I'm essentially saying is that if the unions have their power completely eroded over the next like number of cycles, then the studios will likely end up winning and those unions will like collapse and no longer exist. And that's a bad thing. I even have a friend going to school for acting, and I have even thought about his future as well. I mean, yeah, that's all good. You should be worried about that. Maybe more studios like A24 will show up from this strike. I wouldn't mind that at all. You know, like A24, a lot of those films are still union films, right? Like, think of all of the films that A24 has put out recently. They have people in them like Julianne Moore. Like A24 is governed by those exact same union rules, right? So it's not like A24 is able to bypass them. Same with Neon Rated, same with anyone else. Hey Rocco, do you want some prime time? We're talking about unions, your favorite thing. Although in Rocco's case, it's the union of food and his mouth that he is most into. Come on. Come on. Don't be afraid of the computer. That's just something. That's just a noise that it makes. Come on. Oh, come here. Oh, come here. No? Are you sure? You're not running away, but you're also very feisty. But you're also looking for love? No. He's a fighter. He's in a fighting mood. Sorry, everyone. I don't think we're going to get a Rocco appearance tonight. I think he's too hungry. Yeah. Yeah, he's too hungry. Studio should allow practical effects from anyone else. Nolan can do what he wants because he makes the money. Eventually. Although his movies are often not like huge blockbusters, right? Like I don't think Nolan has ever made $1 billion film. Rocco is a fighter, not a lover. Oh no, he's a lover. Rocco is on strike? Yeah, actually. I should have never have let him get that SAG-AFTRA card. Although that doesn't make any sense because he would be covered by ACTRA in Toronto or in Canada. We have different unions in Canada, although there are like sister unions, right? Like we have America has the Writers Guild of America, we have the Writers Guild of Canada. The Directors Guild of America, the Directors Guild of Canada. The only one that's significantly different is SAG-AFTRA. We have ACTRA. So we don't have like a Screen Actors Guild of Canada. But we do have ACTRA, which does service that particular function. Dark Knight Rises made $1 billion. Did it? Did it really? It definitely shouldn't have. That movie is not good. But I'll be talking about that in my Christopher Nolan movie coming out later this week. So let's see here. Let's just scroll all the way to the bottom. Oh yeah, it just barely made $1 billion. And so did The Dark Knight. Well, shut me up and turn me sideways. Although in fairness, The Dark Knight only crossed that threshold by like $6 million. Dark Knight Rises did a lot better financially than I thought it did. I thought maybe word of mouth would spread about it not being good and that it would have killed it. I guess not. It was all right, but it was big hype at the time. Oh yeah, for sure. Especially after Inception came out, everyone was like, "Oh my God, Christopher Nolan's the best director who ever lived," and then this movie just shat itself, just fully shat itself, and that's too bad because it could have been good. In fact, I think The Dark Knight Rises would have been a good movie. I think that movie would have benefited from being released around these times because I think it would have been split up into 2 movies. And it would have been a 4-hour like total runtime as opposed to the 2 hours and 45 minutes that we got. And I think there would have been a lot more fleshing out of certain scenes and certain situations that would have made the whole movie make sense. Like here, I'll give you a little bit of preview, a little bit of a preview for the Christopher Nolan movie, or for the Christopher Nolan video coming out in a few days. One of the weird things about The Dark Knight Rises is that it has this propulsive nature to it where the film knows exactly where it's going to go, and it feels like it needs to get there as quickly as possible. The problem is that there's so much story to tell that they don't actually have or leave a lot of time to build up certain things and to allow certain situations to make sense. So, for example, when Bruce Wayne and Tate, whoever Marion Cotillard played in that film, when they hook up, that doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all, because before that moment, they had met on screen exactly once. And they didn't have a great back and forth between the two of them at that time. But then, for some reason, after Bruce loses all of his money, the person that he talked to once shows up at the mansion and is like, "Whoa, it's raining and I'm all wet. It would really be nice if I could be differently wet," and then they fuck. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. And the only reason that they did that was to set up the twist that came later on in the film. So it really feels like it's a movie that is desperate to set up an ending, but it's not desperate at all to make that ending worth it by having the actual setup be good. So yeah, it's lame. Inception is number 24. Oh, wait, The Dark Knight is my 49th movie of all time. Inception is number 24. Yeah, that's pretty high. Too high, in fact. Any chances of making a Yorgos Lanthimos ranking later this year when Poor Things come out, or is he not that popular for one of those videos? Honestly, with the ranking videos, I do want to start steering them towards lesser-known directors. And also try to focus on directors who are not making films anymore, because then it's like a definitive list and not one that I have to go back to every time. Nolan's kind of an exception because I imagine his next movie is not going to come out for like another 3 years. And so I can just have this Christopher Nolan list just sort of live as evergreen content for 3 years and I don't have to worry about it. That's great. Lanthimos, I feel like I would have to think about that. He also hasn't made that many films. I'm also trying to keep it to directors who have like 12 or less films, because watching all of those in a couple of... If it's like a Steven Spielberg, that's something that would have to be done over the course of like a month, watching all of those movies and getting down notes to talk about them, right? And I don't really want to do that. So I'm looking at more directors who have not very many films. I imagine that a Sergio Leone list is not too far away in the future. Obviously, I'm not going to do Alfred Hitchcock. The man directed like 60 films. Come on. So be expecting Quentin Tarantino is what you're saying? Yeah. When he finally gets around to releasing his next film, which he said it's going to be his last, yeah, there's going to be a Tarantino. There's going to be a Tarantino video for sure. But yeah, I'd love to do Sergio Leone. I think Catherine Bigelow is pretty much out of the game now. I don't think she's directing films anymore, so I'm probably going to do one for Catherine Bigelow. Because I would just love to talk about like Near Dark and Point Break. I think that would be fun. And she has some films that I haven't seen yet. And I think there's probably some interesting things you can say about her overall career, especially when you look at how much it is focused on like law enforcement and like covert agents and stuff, and like what they're saying about that. Not covert agents, but she hasn't been afraid of making war movies like Zero Dark 30 and Hurt Locker, alongside, you know, cop movies like Point Break and that one she did with Jamie Lee Curtis. I think it was Copycat, or maybe it was something else. But yeah, there's some interesting stuff there too. David Lynch, Coen's When Driveway Dolls comes out. Yeah, I mean, David Lynch is one that I definitely want to do. Because he even has a couple of films that I haven't seen yet. I think Wild at Heart and The Elephant Man I haven't watched yet. That's another reason why I like doing the rank list, because it forces me to watch films from directors that I haven't seen. So like a Lee Chang-dong list I desperately want to do because I've only seen 2 of his films and he's made like 7 or 8. So that would work really well. And it's the main reason why I did the Bong Joon-ho list so many months ago, because I wanted to watch all of his films. Maybe post the videos on their birthdays. It makes more sense to post them with like big releases, or in the case of filmmakers who don't really have a lot going on, just like whenever. But yeah, I guess it would be a good idea to post them whenever people would be talking about that person. I kept the scared Bond alive by watching one of the movies you told me to watch Next from my watch list, Dead Ringers, great movie. Goddamn right, it's a good movie. Glad you watched it. Canadian film. Booyah. Fassbender, he's made like 20 plus. Yeah, no. Fassbender, Rainier Werner Fassbender? No, that's too many. He made way too many films. That's like a multi-part one for sure. But yeah, I think Sergio Leone would make a lot of sense. Tom Ford maybe would be a good one. Lucretia Martel would probably be a good one, although I think she's still making movies, so maybe not. Fulci, I think, has made too many movies. Elephant Man is as depressing as Schindler's List and 12 Years a Slave, but not as bold. Okay. I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. I'm still going to see it one day, though. I did try to look this up, like filmmakers who made like 10 or less movies but are like super good. And the list is kind of interesting, although it featured a lot of filmmakers I wasn't familiar with. Oliver Stone would be rough. And not to say that he's like a bad filmmaker, although he has made bad films, but the editing style that he sort of gravitated towards with JFK and Natural Born Killers, and the way that that kind of permeated through his later work, it's a headache. It's a headache. And I like Natural Born Killers and JFK both, but watching a lot of movies with that kind of style, that is rough. Edgar Wright is one where I would do when he releases a new film. But yeah, Edgar Wright's a good one. I think the film bros would appreciate that. M. Night Shyamalan would be boring as hell. Every movie except since that's a C tier. Oh, so yeah, the way that the Nolan video is going to be a bit different. I'm not going to be putting the films into tiers. I'm just going to be like creating like a ranked Letterboxd list, but then I will be letting people know like what, you know, the top one is and what the bottom one is in terms of where I would put it. But I just want to get away from doing the tier lists. I don't know how interesting that is. And I still want to direct people to Letterboxd as much as possible because I love those follows, you know. Juso Atami, Agnes Varda, Altman, Tarkovsky. Yeah, Tarkovsky definitely will get one. Varda made way too much stuff. I think Varda made a lot. Did she not? If not, then yeah, I could definitely do Agnes Varda. I guess I'm not spelling her name right. Oh, because I'm not spelling it with the proper Varda. No, Agnes Varda. God damn it. Yeah, Agnes Varda. Directed... Yeah. Varda directed 61 films. Hold on. Let's take away the short films. Hide short films. Ooh, 28 films now. There's a lot of shorts in there. Goodness me. Hide TV shows. 27 films. Hide unreleased titles. 27. Yeah. Varda would be nice, just like Chantal Ackerman would be nice, but it's too many films. Mel Brooks, Rob Zemeckis, Spike Lee. Spike Lee I could probably do. How many has Spike Lee made? He has directed 69. He's directed 49 movies. And that's with all of the filters in already. Although that is a lot of documentaries. So maybe I could do his fiction films. 12 features Varda did. Not according to Letterboxd. It's 27. Alfonso Cuarón would be nice. Although I feel like he has a film coming out soon. I am decently close to watching all the Bergman films. But it's been so long that I wouldn't be able to... like speak properly on each one. So I'd have to go back and rewatch them all. Plus there's like 60 films. Dude, you can't do a ranked list of Varda and exclude the docs. Like, she is very well known for her documentary films. I guess it could be two separate lists, ranking the docs and ranking the fiction. But still, actually, maybe that's the way to approach it. Maybe that's the way to do it. Yeah, that could work. Well, that's still a lot. Although hopefully those films are a bit shorter. Danny Boyle, yeah. Could do Danny Boyle. Once again, though, trying to focus on filmmakers who are not making films anymore. Trying to get that content as evergreen as possible. Best directors with less than 15 movies. Let's say 15. Gaspar Noé could be a good one. Lynn Ramsey is another good one. Jonathan Glazer would be a great one. Do one for him maybe when his new Zone movie comes out. Although I wonder if I've seen all of his films. So he's done what? 5 films, including Zone of Interest. That is probably enough, and he makes films not that often. Linklater, I think, has probably done quite a lot. Right? Richard Linklater? Director of 31 films, 23 of which are feature films. Yeah, that's too many. Can I get roasted, please? Eventually. Eventually. We're not doing any more roasting tonight, though, because I'm not feeling the roasting mojo anymore. Who is Juso Atami? I saw, Dan, you mentioned them, and I am not familiar with that name. So naturally, I am intrigued. Nothing matching that name. Juzo Atami. I think it actually is kind of hard to do directors who are especially around during like the new wave period, because they... Ooh, 11 films. Yeah, I could do this if I can get a hold of all of them. This would be a good one because I've wanted to see Tampopo for a while, and I'm sure he's got a lot of other cool films in here. Tales of a Golden Geisha, A Taxing Woman's Return, The Last Dance, Women in Witness Prosecution, or Witness Protection, excuse me, A Quiet Life, Minbo, The Gentle Art of Japanese Extortion. Nice. A Taxing Woman. Oh, okay, A Taxing Woman's Return is the sequel to that. The Funeral, Supermarket Woman, Tampopo. Yeah. That'd be interesting. PTA, yeah. Francis Ford Coppola, if he ever releases another film, yeah. Coppola would be interesting, actually, because he's got a couple of films that I haven't seen yet. Francis Coppola, but I also know that some of his films are like absolute dog water. Just trash. And I don't know how much I would want to revisit those. Although it would be kind of cool to see his version of Dracula again. Also, Coppola has done 28 films. Guys, these are too many films. Way too many films. Oh man, you'd have to go all the way back to Dementia 13 with his stuff. Whew. Yeah, no, that's too many. Peter Jackson, maybe, yeah. Although, wait, no, Peter Jackson, at least 6 of those are Lord of the Rings movies. Taika Waititi would be interesting, although once again, I don't know how available... I don't know how available all of his early works are. Like, I know Boy, I know I could find that. Brent, you're heading to bed. Have yourself a good night. Thanks for hanging out and talking about movies and stuff. So, like, I'm pretty sure I could get a hold of everything except for Eagle vs. Shark might be hard, and One Dream Rush. I don't even know where I would start with that. Although that's a short, I consider that a short film, so I wouldn't count that. So I could find Eagle vs. Shark, and it's on Prime actually, so it is available. It is out there. Yeah, I could do Waititi. That's a good one actually, because he also doesn't direct films that often. I think Love and Thunder was the last one, and that was last year. I think he does a film maybe every 3 years or so. Yeah, I could do that. Guys, there's too many Coen Brothers films. You got to be thinking like 12 or less. 12 or less movies. At the most 15, but those 15 films need to be short. Like for the 11 Christopher Nolan films I watched in the last 3 days, I watched 5 of them yesterday, and that took 14 hours to do. I was basically watching films from 9 to 10. Or excuse me, I guess it took 13 hours to do. I was watching films from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. straight. And that's because a lot of the Christopher Nolan films, including like Interstellar and The Dark Knight Rises, are long. They're long. They're well over 2 hour long films. So you know, if I'm doing 12 films and each film is 2 hours long, then I guess, sure, that's like, 5 films on a Sunday, 5 films on a Monday, and 2 films on the Tuesday morning. But like, that's still hard. That's still tough. So yeah. Now, Bob Fosse, thank you. There's a good one. Sofia Coppola, when the Priscilla film comes out, plus you'll get the girlies and the gay views. Yes. Always love getting girly and gay views. Actually, you know what? Do you guys want to take a guess at what like the gender breakdown is for this channel? Checking on the old YouTube stats. It's not. I mean, just take a guess. Take a guess. What do you think the gender breakdown is for this channel? Oh, Rocco, do you want to come? Do you want to show up now? Do you want to come hang out now? Where is it? There we go. 98% male. Come on, cat. You keep complaining, but you don't want to snuggle, and I don't understand. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh. I almost got him. 92% male, actually 84%. Fincher when the killer comes out? Maybe Fincher. He's kind of on the edge of what I think would be too many. I should actually be writing some of these down so I remember. Because Coppola and Fosse, like Sofia Coppola and Bob Fosse, are good ones. Good for what I want. So is Taika Waititi. Oh, Rocco, why are you licking yourself? Well, he's a cat. He's a cat. So yeah, this channel is watched by 91% people identifying as male. So, yeah. Definitely could use some girlies stopping by. For sure. For sure. Terrence Malick. How many does Malick have? Not that many, right? Although his movies are not short. And I know that I'm using this as kind of like, I'm coming at this from the standpoint of like, oh, I need to be able to watch all of their movies in 3 days. I know that I could potentially watch them over a longer time period, but, considering how quickly I would need to get these things out in order to continue making content that people are watching, and then, taking into account the live streams and shit like that, you got to be able to do it in like, 3.5 to 5 days at the least, or at the most. Miyazaki's got way too many films. No shot, man. Inarritu, maybe. Inarritu would work. Jane Campion might be interesting. Satoshi Kon is easy. Yeah, I should do a Satoshi Kon one. It's only 4 films, so maybe I would like add in something else. Jane Campion, how many does she have? Problem with Jane Campion is that I don't know how many of her films are actually available to watch. She's got 11 features. I'm just wondering, like, I'd be able to see Power of the Dog easily, The Piano easily, In the Cut probably easily. But then when you get outside of those top 3 films, I don't know how easy that is. Actually, one of these is a compilation, so that one wouldn't even count. So it's only 10 films. Yeah, so Jane Campion would be one. I just don't know how I would find, like, oh wait, An Angel at My Table is on Criterion Channel. What about Sweetie? Also on the Criterion Channel. Hold on a second. Bright Star? Not on the Criterion Channel. Although it came out in 2009. That one I could probably find. In the Cut, Criterion Channel. Good. Those ones are easy to find. What about Portrait of a Lady? That could be difficult. Is that Nicole Kidman? Okay. I should be able to find a Nicole Kidman film. One would think. Holy Smoke from 1999. Yeah, that one's probably tough. Is that? Oh, it's Harvey Keitel and Kate Winslet. God, are they in a romantic relationship in that film? Two Friends on Criterion Channel. And what about this movie called 8? Oh, this is multi-director, so it doesn't count. So, yeah, 10 films. No, 9 films. Yeah. James Cameron, I'm probably going to wait until Avatar 3 comes out to do that one. Harmony Korine, yeah, could do that. Park Chan-wook, yep. I do want to do the big three current directors. So to have Park Chan-wook, Bong Joon-ho and Lee Chang-dong. I want to have all three of those eventually. But also the other thing to remember here is that these lists, these rating lists, they're gonna come out like far less often. Like as much as I like doing them, they do take a lot of time, and this is time that I could be, I could have recorded and edited, 5 shorts between today and yesterday, and here I am just watching Christopher Nolan films. So I do have to be conscious of the fact that they are a big time sink. Kubrick is basic but a good one. Yeah, I mean Kubrick for sure. And I still need to see Lolita, so I would be watching something that I haven't seen. Kubrick could be controversial. You just got to be honest. That's all you can really do. And I think Rocco is honestly telling me to get off this live stream so I can feed him. And I think I should listen to my cat so he doesn't try to chew my face off when I go to bed. So thank you again, everyone, for stopping by. And for those of you who want even more roasting action, come back on Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh yeah, the roasting is going to be super hot that day. Aside from that, keep an eye out for a Christopher Nolan rank list video, and just do all the things that are in the description box below. Join the Patreon, do that kind of cool stuff. Or not the Patreon, I mean, actually, if you want to join the Patreon, sure. But you could also, and I think what is probably more likely, become a member of the YouTube channel if you want to by clicking on the join button down below. There's some cool, fun things you get with that. Join the Discord. Keep having film conversations with all of us. And I think that's about it. I think that's about all. If you haven't already liked the live stream, what are you still doing here? I've been live streaming for 4 hours. Like, what more do you want? I've given you my all. And I think that's it. I think that's all. I think that's everything that needs to be said. So, goodbye, and I will see you soon.